Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. We start our proceedings of the third day of conference public workshop, and today's day is devoted to the workshop. There are two people today. Mr. Ikram Abbasi will be introducing the workshop. Then there are two presentations, one by Mr. Syed Paras Ali and second will be from Almas Haidar Naqvi. I will invite now Mr. Ikram to introduce the workshop to the audience.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for joining in today morning. Today we have our workshop, and the format of the workshop is something like this. First, we will have 5 lectures, 2 before the tea break, and 3 lectures will be after the tea break before the lunch. And we will have a lunch break from 12:15 to 1400 hours, and after that we have a workshop segment. And in the workshop segment, we will distribute a paper among all the participants, and we will request them to read that introduction and abstracts and conclusion of that paper, and then draft a new story from that one. And also we will display 3 video clips as well in the second segment of the workshop, and all the participants will be requested to look at that segment, that video clips, and then draft a social media post either or a news story or such things. And you will you are requested to please add your good name at the top of the page, and then before that you will write this is your news story or post or tweet or something like this. So this will be the workshop segment, and all your input will be examined by a panel of experts, and we will later on maybe announce 2, 3, 4 names among from those inputs. And this will close our workshop session, and then we will have a concluding session at 16.45 hours. So now I would like to invite Syed Paras Ali sir, and with just let me first introduce Syed Paras Ali, and then he will start his lecture. Syed Paras Ali is running daily newspaper Technology Time. He is an editor, science writer, a passionate worker dedicated to create and promote science culture on grassroots levels in Pakistan. He is also a visiting faculty member of Media Science Department of Zabest University, Islamabad. You are welcome, Syed Paras Ali Sahib. Please go on.
Thank you, Ikram. Thank you so much. First of all, let me congratulate to everyone to organize such an event, which is the need of the time. And I believe the participants will getting knowledge of this specific subject. And since today is a workshop day, before today, there are a lot of discussions about what is science communication, how scientists can interact with the society, and how we can convince the coming generations to get the benefits of the scientific knowledge. Basic thing, in my opinion, about the difference of why should we communicate science to a certain audience, because I believe that science can bring change in the society. Science is not only a single subject. It's not about physics. It's not about chemistry. It's not about mathematics. It's a process of developing critical thinking among the masses. So as we can say that any country which is called a developed country, their science base is higher than the other countries. So that communicating science is important, not just because for the interest of science, but for the national progress. Here we start today's, I won't call it a lecture, it's a presentation. And the objective of this presentation is to clearly define, because today is a workshop day. So my objective is to clearly define how to interact or how to connect scientists with media. In fact, there are a lot of things, a lot of discussions in last 2 days. Some of the participants are of the views that they are not allowed to discuss with media, or they are not allowed to interact with media. This is something beyond the objective of this workshop. Like here, we are not talking about what is authorized, who is authorized or who is not. At least one should know how to communicate, how to connect. So when it comes, you have time, you have permissions, you can communicate to the audience, you can connect to the media. But before that, everyone should know how to communicate or how to connect. So it's just a brief overview about this presentation. Let's start with this thing. How to effectively communicate science and scientific research to a media. Why I'm focusing media? Number one, because scientists cannot only communicate as at a mass level himself or herself. Definitely, scientist has a different community. They can communicate to their peers. They can communicate to the scientific audience. But media is a non-scientific audience. When I'm saying non-scientific audience, it means that media is an audience who is responsible to further disseminate the message of a scientist. So that is the most important, because media is a bridge between scientists and the general public. Media is a bridge between scientists and the politician. Media is a bridge between scientists and the policymakers. So most of the time, when we are developing our thoughts, we are developing our values about anything, usually we depend upon the media. So that's why media is also called the fourth pillar of the government. So it is most important thing. If a scientist communicates or convinces the media person about importance of his or her research, it seems to be obvious, although not 100% 2 plus 2 makes 4, but it seems that he or she can convey to a large audience indirectly. There are three rules of effective communication. Number one, tell the people who you want to tell. Like if I'm by qualification, I'm a climate journalist, climate science journalist. So if I am communicating my message to a larger audience, I must know what I'm going to tell them. One more thing, let me explain that I'm not sure how many public relation department people are sitting in the hall today. But usually, most of the time, science is being communicated through the PR departments of science organizations, science institutions, universities, and so on. Individual science is communicating in a very limited manner. So if we consider that most of the audience is from PR departments, or they may be scientists themselves, or they may be teachers, professors, definitely they know what they are going to communicate. But when you are talking about talking with a media person, one must be clearly know that one specific topic is important to convey your message. Single message, single important topic. Rule number 2, tell them the information. Most of the time when we are conveying, we are interacting with the media, I feel that information is usually missing. Now you would say that if I'm talking about some event or something else, how is it possible that information would be missing? Information is not only the thing that who and who is attending the conference, who and who is participating the conference, where is it happening. So information is something which is crust of the event, which is crust of the knowledge you want to share. And rule number 3, the pupil, tell the pupil what you told them. Normally, when you are communicating or we are communicating with a media person, we feel that they have the same knowledge of the field from which we are conveying. It's very difficult. Number 1, in Pakistan scenario, there are hardly few people from the media who have some science background. So number 1, the media person don't have the such background. Number 2, even if they have the scientific background, does it mean that they can understand every subject? No. I am a student of climate science, environmental sciences. I cannot understand the biotechnology. I cannot understand the information technology. Basic understanding is something else. But when we are talking about something which is far beyond the basics, then definitely the other person, if he or she is not the expert, they cannot understand very well. So number 1 rule, tell the people what you are going to tell them clearly in a very precise, very clear language. Number 2, tell them the information. What is the crust of your sharing? And number 3, tell them what you told them. Now, as discussed earlier in yesterday's some presentation about the jargons, definitely jargons are difficult to digest for any journalist. If I do remember, when we started the environmental sciences course, there are a lot of jargons, and it was very difficult for us to understand that how we can communicate. So jargons definitely has a difficulty to convey, but then there are something. It is not we can write off the can't say that don't use jargons. There are certain jargons which are being understood by the public these days. Like, again, if you talk about the climate change itself is a jargon. But today, everyone can understand this term. But yes, if we talk about something El Nino or La Nino, these kind of things are difficult to understand. So some jargons which are understandable by the audience must be used, because at the same time, you also need to communicate or enhance the public capacity, public understanding for the science and technology. So the jargons should be used, but not the difficult ones, but the one which can be easily understand, which are the common.
Late आएंगे, सारे late आएंगे.
Another thing which is important when communicating with the media, that always try to factual rather than showing your own opinion.
Very
There is a difficulty that when we are communicating with media organizations, usually if you concentrate on the political statements, you would find everyone says, in my opinion, this is so and this is so. But when a scientist is going to communicate with media, he or she must be factual, not based on its own opinion. Because if I'm talking about, let's create a scenario, we are going to tell media about today's conference. If I say, in my opinion, pupils, the participants have a very good knowledge of science communication, this is not factual. There must be some participants who have a better knowledge even before this conference. There must be some participants who are better communicator even before this conference. So rather, if I say after a certain examination or after today's workshop that before this conference, the knowledge level of the participants was X and after it was Y. So this is factual. So when you're trying to communicate with media person, always try to give certain facts and figures, not based on my own opinion, but I should give them the actual figures or I should portray the actual picture. At the same time, when you are communicating, it is better to excite the listener. I'm not talking about sensitization. I'm talking about exciting the listener. Because if I can excite, I can, if the media person asks you some questions, it means he or she is taking interest in this subject. But if it doesn't, it means he has no exact understanding what you are going to tell them and what you are telling them. So use something which should be interesting, it should be exciting. And excitement doesn't mean, again, that you should sensitize, emotionalize the subject. Sensitization has a little difference between the to make it emotionalized. So excite them, encourage to ask questions. Usually what happened normally, what I say, or what I have experienced, that scientist ignores to reply the questions. I'm not about, not exactly about the scientists, but usually I think professionals, either they are engineers, they are technocrats, usually they ignore the audience to the questions, because sometimes they fear that if the public asks a question, there may be something which they don't know. Later we will discuss that if I don't know anything, what should I do? Simple. If I don't know about anything about a question which is being raised, the simple reply, okay, I don't know, I will let you know, or let it discuss in personal. So this can resolve this issue. There are some additional points like communicate with the public audience, not the same as giving a lecture to the colleague or a student. Definitely, because when you're talking with media person especially, they are not, number one, not your subordinates. Number two, not your student, neither your colleagues. They are talking with you at par. So when you're talking with media person, it is, I must understand that I'm not delivering a lecture, I'm not giving a presentation, I'm talking with them. So give them opportunity to question, give them opportunity to interact with you. Secondly, keep in mind that your audience most likely will not be taking notes. This is the most important thing. Usually, with the passage of time, like we started technology times in 2010. In last 13 years, I experienced a major shift from notebooks to the laptops and now to the mobile phones. Previously, I found usually journalists note down everything. But later and today, they are not writing anything. Instead, sometimes they record something, or sometimes they depend that you should give them some material to discuss. Think and talk in themes or the big pictures, not the details. The important thing, because when you are discussing with media person, it means you are giving them a bigger picture. You're showing them a bigger picture. If you talk about the details and the nitty-gritties, it will be difficult for them to understand. And one common thing, that use active verbs and creative nouns. There are 6 steps to develop communication strategies. Because before you are going to talk with some media person, you must have some strategy that what you are going to tell them, why you are talking to them, what is the objective of that meeting. So I simply defined those steps in 6 steps. Number 1, define your objective. It may seems to you that these are very common things, but we are talking. But yes, these are common things. What mostly happens that we miss the common things in our discussions. That's why I added all these things here. Number 1, define your objective. Definitely, when you are going to address something, you have to define your objective. You have to define your target, what you are going to deliver. Number 3, define your story. What it is all about. Usually what happens when we attend several conferences or workshops or seminars or media briefings, after the briefing, some of the people says, what was the story in it? Because most of the time, I'm not blaming scientists, not only blaming everyone, but sometimes this happened that a scientist or an engineer or an innovator or a professional itself don't clearly communicate that what was the story. A story is something different from the facts. What are facts? Like there are 150 participants in this audience right at this time. This is fact. But there are 140 like-minded pupils who are willing to communicate science in the society. This is the story. So always make sure that the facts and story are clearly defined. Then carefully choose your channel. Like if you are talking about electronic media, there must be some different strategy. If you are talking about the print media, there would be some different strategy. If you are talking about the social media, then again, it's different. Then next step, ensure that your budget matches your ambitions. Most recently, a very interesting story appeared in a newspaper. Not on, it was released from some news agencies. So many newspapers took that story, and it was telling that Pakistan Museum of Natural History earned rupees 6.5 billion from visitors, from some 120,000 visitors. If I calculate these figures, 6.58, I guess 6.57 or 58 billion upon 122,000 visitors, it's a lot of money in terms they are charging with individual visitors. Whereas this is not the case. So whenever you are talking, always recheck the figures, recheck what you are going to say. Measures the outcome, the last step. What will be the outcome? But you're talking, if I'm talking about, say, if again I'm talking about this conference participation, what will be the outcome? This must be the part of your communication. Because if I'm not telling them what would be the outcome, it means they will extract themselves, and there may be some difference between what you want to convey and what the others are extracting themselves. The structure of a standard science feature. It is as common as when you are structuring your lectures, when you are structuring your essays. The only difference, which yesterday was also mentioned by some speaker, if you do remember, I'm talking about the inverted pyramid. It is something which we discuss in media. There are certain theories. So the structure of a standard science feature must be you have some intro that can hook attention and summarize what you are saying. Then there must be some context of background. Definitely, then there is something which is how new discoveries were made, or what is the new inventions in the area you are discussing. Or then you should also discuss different views about the subject you are talking about. And then what is the future directions, and finally the conclusion in that. This is the structure is almost same as I said earlier, when you are delivering any lecture or when you are writing any essay. The only difference is that when you are talking with the media, you need a little more elaborated and And don't think whatever you are giving the content or you are discussing or explaining, the everything they will print or they will on air.
Paris, you have 5 more minutes.
Right, sir? The other important thing that what journalists want to know before you contact them. Definitely, reporter or journalist, they must have something in their mind when they are going to contact. The actual figure or actual, actually they want to know the fake difference between fake and fact. So you should be clear in your mind that what you are talking and what could be the fake about those things. Reporters don't want any big figures. They don't need any long communications.
Paras, I'm
Usually,
sorry, you have 10 more minutes. Sorry, you have,
okay.
okay.
So let me go back to the previous slide.
Okay, fine. Go ahead.
Unfortunately, I don't have any clock in front of me, so I have no idea. I can.
I have given you more time. I didn't know that. So you go
So,
ahead.
thank you, sir. So we are going back to the what reporters want. Actually, when you're making a statement with media person, it means you are making a relation with them. This relation is very much important when you are talking about them facts and you're talking about them fake news. In fact, as you can see in the illustrations, there's two common things. Two characters are common in fake and fact, and they are two different, KE and CT. It means it's 50-50 matter. One thing can be fake, it can be fact. So most of the time, what media person is looking for from the scientist, they are looking some spicy content. And what we call in Urdu, they are looking some masala in it. Why they need this? They want to excite their audience. Simple. Let me determine this thing. 150 participants in the hall and 150 minds who want to communicate science in this society, and 150 persons who want to change the era of science communication in Pakistan. These are three different statements having the same meaning but have different impact. So reporter wants you something exciting, but definitely based on the facts, not the fake one. So that you must inform them, you must communicate them, you must update them about the positiveness of this story, about the positive side. But at the same time, you should have the knowledge of the fake content about the subject you are talking about. If most recently, I guess it's about 3 days back, that a person from some far-flung area of Pakistan claimed that he made a battery from the human heat, and he claimed that if you took the battery in your hand, it will work. I won't say that he is fake. Neither I say that it's a fact. But when communicating to the media, one must have the knowledge that whether it complies the basic principles of the science or not. If you do remember the case of water car, what was happening at that time? Media was of the view, yes, this is happening, and he is running the car on water. But scientists are of the opinion that it is against the scientific laws. So they resisted. And finally, we found what was the reason behind that, what was the story behind that water car. So back to the presentation. You have the knowledge of the facts and the fake about your subject. As discussed earlier, that reporter don't want a long reports or long statements. They need a very precise information about the subject they want or you are talking. If about the today's workshop, I tell them a long story that starting from the beginning, that Mr. X delivered the opening remarks, Mr. Y showed the ABC, they will not care about this. But yes, they want to know what was the outcome, what was the objective, what was the activities. Most of the time when I receive a press release from the science organizations, they structured it like first where it was happened about their own organization. Most of the time it was happening at their own organization. So they start with their own organization. Then they shifted to the head of the organization. Then they mentioned who were the participants. And then they brief a little about what was discussed. Am I interested that where is XYZ organization? No, not at all, until or unless that organization is direct target of my story. Then who delivered speeches? It's not an important topic for discussion topic for me. Rather, if there is an exceptional scientist, like if there is a scientist or a figure who is a public fame, then I will be interested. Otherwise, I will not be interested in who delivered the lectures. But yes, I will always interested, and every person, every scientist, every journalist, every individual will be interested that what was the objective of that event, what was delivered. So when talking about the media, with the media, always precise in your communication and limit yourself. Reporters want news releases early, not often. What usually when we organize some event and if we don't give them certain written material to the media, most of the time we found a difficult situation because first of all, let me share one strange thing. Maybe some of you already knew about it. As you have different departments in your academia, like you have physics department, chemistry, biology, mathematics, so and so and so. There are certain departments in media, but those departments, we call them beats in reporting side, at reporting side. We call them beat, and those are quite different. Like you will find a beat of Prime Minister, where a journalist is only focusing on the activities of the Prime Minister. You will find a beat of National Assembly. The journalist will only focus on the activities of National Assembly, on the sessions, on their routine. Then there's a beat on like finance, trade, sports, religion. But unfortunately, there is a beat of science, which is mostly about the activities of Ministry of Science and Technology. It's not about the propagation of science. It is about the activities of science and technology. Ministry of Science and Technology or Minister of Science and Technology. So once there is not any established science beat in Pakistani media, and most of the time, most countries, there isn't any specific beat. So we have to be very careful when communicating, because they, as we discussed earlier, they don't have knowledge, they don't have background. So you must prepare some handout for those journalists, for the participants, for the media participants especially, because that can clearly explain what was happened and what was the objective of that event. So you must have some handout, which you call press release. Tools for making relations with journalists. As I said, whenever you're talking with the journalist, make it some relation, not just a press release, not just an event. Like there are so many journalists in this conference. I'm sure the administration is not only to cater their recreational needs, but yes, they will also providing them what they want, like provide figures. What are the actual figures? How many participants, how many speakers, how many online participants, how many questions, how many hours? These are the facts about this conference. Always be concise when making relations with the journalist or media persons. Share real findings. Provide access to the facts and information that is newsworthy. This is one of the, again, most important thing. What is the information which is newsworthy? Newsworthiness itself a subject. Like if we talk about today's, I'm talking again and again about today's conference because this is what is happening today. Only the information about that a certain number of people came here, like as I said, 150 people came here, they sit together, they learn about the science communication, and it was ended. This is not newsworthy. There are so many events in the capital which are happening even right now. There may be more than 150 people, there are more than so and so situation. The newsworthiness is that these people are what they are going to do, what will be the outcome of why they are here. So always make your information newsworthy. As I explained in a previous talking about the previous press release, that usually what happened, where it happened, when it happened, who talked about what, a list of participants, and but actually knowledge, actually the news, that is the missing. Most of the time that is the missing. So whenever next time, if there is any PR person in this audience, you are going to write a news release, always remember that your writing must be newsworthy. There must be something for the media person, there must be something for the audience to know about. There must be something new. Like you have listened a sentence so many times, they talked about the bilateral issues. Yes, I knew when two persons are talking about the anything, there must be something bilateral. Why we are calling it again and again that they talked about the bilateral? Why we are not giving the exact picture what they talked about? So make your news newsworthy. It is a key to your relationship with the media person. There's a list of don'ts where they don't. I guess you can read it yourself, but the few things which I want to mention, and which is normally in practice. This is something, we call it off the record. When I'm talking about a media person, I am talking about on a specific subject. I'm telling him or her the facts and figures. And when I say there is something off the record, it means there is something fishy in it. Of course, the other person is also a human being. He or she would left every detail which you have already provided and would be more interested about the off the record. It's in human nature. So never say something or anything which is off the record. When you are talking with the media, there should be everything on record. Another thing, when you are talking about a media person, there is something we say, we discourage questioning. Don't discourage the media person about the question. Maybe their questions are not up to the mark. Maybe their questions are not full of knowledge. But must remember, they are a lay person. They are not as expert as you are. If they are at the same par with you, why they will ask anything from you? If I already knew what is happening in this conference, should I ask from anyone that what happened in the conference? No, I would never ask. I will ask when I have a little knowledge than you. Like I'm sitting here, I'm unable to see the audience. I will ask you, how many participants are there? Although it's a simple question, but yes, since I don't know, I will ask you. So don't discourage the media person about the question. And another most important thing, don't make any deal with the media person. This is very, very difficult, and in certain times, in certain matters, very unhealthy to deal with the media person. So these are some don'ts. I tried to summarize. I guess I have lesser time, so make it a little quick. Again, there are some important points, and it's almost some revision of today's discussion. Reporters want some exclusivity. There are a huge number of news coming to a reporter, so they need some exclusive content. With the advent of internet, the job of reporter is much difficult than the past. At times, there were hardly few channels which are reporting, so that's why a reporter can concentrate on his or her work. But today, there are numerous reporting channels. Reporters have to focus on everything. They have to focus on social media. They have to focus on newswire. They have to focus on electronic television channels. They have to focus on several other means. So they want something exclusive. Number two, they are also human beings. So they need respect as well. Not only respect themselves, only respect their time, their intelligence. We have discussed that they are not the expert of the field. So they may not have that much intelligence level, but you have to respect their intelligence. Avoid jargons. Focus on newsworthiness. Not everything is news. And although it seems that it is not related with you, but this is because reporter have a problem of sales department, their marketing department. Their marketing departments or their sales teams always need some content which is sellable. So they have some limitations also. If you give them some newsworthy item, they will make their life easier. And last but not the least, provide local content. If I'm talking something and giving examples of other areas, like if we are talking about this conference and I am giving examples of what happened in XYZ city, in XYZ area, it is useless. Be pertinent. Always provide local content, with local examples. This will be more easy to them. And there is a saying, be truthful even when discussing your organization's shortcomings. Normally, I found that scientists or the PR department or the science communicators, they are trying to defend their organizations. I'm not saying that you should condemn your organization, but at least not to defend when something goes wrong inside. Make some credibility. Credibility doesn't mean that if you talk bad about your organization, you will create a credibility. It is something which is when you talk about the facts, about the figures and the right things, about the shortcomings, you will be credible enough. But again, it doesn't mean that you start bullishing your organizations. So this is it. I guess I'm in time.
Thank you so much. Do you want to answer some question, one or two, and then we can start with the other lecture?
Sure, sir.
Just a time for one question, only one. If somebody has. Thank you, Almas. There's no question. Thank you, Paris. There's no question. And for the next speaker, you remain on the line so we can ask, because you will be participating in the workshop too. Thank you. Okay,
Thank you,
now I will ask Mr. Zishan Siddiqui to deliver the next lecture. Mr. Zishan is a most experienced person, 20 years in the field of media and communication. He started his career with National Database and Registration Authority. During his career, he also worked with the Khushhal Pakistan Fund, NOMIN, as a Benazir Income Support Program, as a Management Executive Media and Communication. Currently, he is associated with the field of physics in the National Center of Physics and had a mandate to work in the field and allied disciplines in the country. Besides this, he had been associated with different organizations as a freelancer in executing his with the media and public registration campaigns. He also remained executive member of Pakistan Nuclear Society. I now invite Mr. Zishan to deliver.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thanks for the kind words, sir. My name is Zishan Ahmed Siddiqui, and as my introduction, Dr. Javed Khurshid has said that I'm associated with National Center for Physics for the last 14 years. Today, the topic of my presentation is how to fact check fake science stories by yourself. Today, most of my presentation will consist of few clips, video clips that will give you an idea about the topic of my presentation. The sequence of my presentation is What is the fake news? Role of internet in spreading the fake news, types of fake news, objectives behind spreading the fake news and how fake news is spread, their means, and how to check fake science news yourself. I'll start my presentation with a small video clip describing about how fake news paved its way through time.
There's a quote usually attributed to the writer Mark Twain that goes, "A lie can travel halfway around the world while the truth is putting on its shoes." Funny thing about that, there's reason to doubt that Mark Twain ever said this at all, thus, ironically, proving the point. And today, the quote, whoever said it, is truer than ever before. In previous decades, most media with global reach consisted of several major newspapers and networks which had the resources to gather information directly. Outlets like Reuters and the Associated Press that aggregate or re-report stories were relatively rare compared to today. The speed with which information spreads now has created the ideal conditions for a phenomenon known as circular reporting. This is when publication A publishes misinformation, publication B reprints it, and publication A then cites B as the source for the information. It's also considered a form of circular reporting when multiple publications report on the same initial piece of false information, which then appears to another author as having been verified by multiple sources. For instance, the 1998 publication of a single pseudoscientific paper arguing that routine vaccination of children causes autism inspired an entire anti-vaccination movement, despite the fact that the original paper has repeatedly been discredited by the scientific community. Deliberately unvaccinated children are now contracting contagious diseases that had been virtually eradicated in the United States, with some infections proving fatal. In a slightly less dire example, satirical articles that are formatted to resemble real ones can also be picked up by outlets not in on the joke. For example, a joke article in the reputable British Medical Journal entitled "Energy Expenditure in Adolescents Playing New Generation Computer Games" has been referenced in serious science publications over 400 times. User-generated content, such as wikis, are also a common contributor to circular reporting. As more writers come to rely on such pages for quick information, an unverified fact in a wiki page can make its way into a published article that may later be added as a citation for the very same wiki information, making it much harder to debunk. Recent advances in communication technology have had immeasurable benefits in breaking down the barriers between information and people. But our desire for quick answers may overpower the desire to be certain of their validity. And when this bias can be multiplied by billions of people around the world nearly instantaneously, more caution is in order. Avoiding sensationalist media, searching for criticisms of suspicious information, and tracing the original source of a report can help slow down a lie, giving the truth more time to put on its shoes.
The idea for showcasing this video clip is to give you an idea about how fake news what fake news is. Now we'll talk about the main parts of the fake news. The fake news is now a buzzword today. It is actually false story appears to be news. Fake news refers to false and misleading information, which our cover-ups as legitimate news. Generally, fake news falls into two categories: disinformation and misinformation. Disinformation is deliberately inaccurate stories. Most of the time, the reporters or media houses have a specific agenda to make public opinion a false public opinion. So they people publish knowing them that this news is false, but they publish them. And the misinformation is the stories that contains elements of truth but are broadly inaccurate. This might be because the writer hasn't checked all its facts due to the scarcity of the time, or has exaggerated certain aspects to make a particular point. There are many kind of fake news, but these four are mostly, we have experienced that these four are main reasons behind spreading the fake news. Sometimes it's clickbait. As the name is very clear, it is a fact that sensationalism sells, and outrageous or weird stories and distorted images drive clicks and shares online. These types of stories are mostly have agenda for the revenue generation. Or sometimes you click the story and this the traffic goes, or you visit the other website, which is actually a business website. Mostly the propaganda is the main aspect behind the fake news. This refers to false or distorted stories written to mislead audience and promote a political agenda or biased perspective. In the later stage, I will definitely discuss about this biased perspective. Poor quality journalism, most of the time, unfortunately in Pakistan and sometimes globally, journalists don't have time to check all the facts before publishing, leading to genuine mistakes becoming a fake news. We have experienced after the news flooded through social media during the Corona days, COVID-19, we have seen this example, misleading headlines. Sometimes a story may be broadly true, but a sensationalist or misleading headlines is used to entice readers to click on it. Now, there is another video clip which will give us idea about the fake news generators, how fake news is being generated, and what are the objectives behind fake news, spreading fake news.
Want to know why coronavirus started? Or what might cure it? Well, search online and you'll find thousands of answers, many of which aren't true. I investigate disinformation for the BBC, and I'm often asked, who starts these rumours and who spreads them? Well, as always, the answer isn't straightforward, so I've broken them down into 5 different types. 1. The Joker. Lots of people have been sharing funny posts and memes online, and some of them are pretty good, but others go too far and people actually believe that they're true. 2. The Scammer. This lot are looking to make money from the pandemic. Some create fake texts trying to get hold of your bank account details, or others plug dodgy advice looking to sell their remedies and cures. 3. The Politician. The people in charge can also spread fake news. That includes officials and state-sponsored media from around the world. Officials in China and the US have been trading misinformation since the start of the virus, each accusing the other of deliberately creating it. Of course, neither of those claims are true. And there are concerns about foreign interference. That's when states spread misleading information abroad in order to further their own aims. But it can be very difficult to trace interference back to the people in charge, or to figure out who are behind networks of fake accounts that are pushing misleading information. 4. The Conspiracy Theorist. These people think that nothing is as it seems. They've falsely linked 5G to coronavirus, speculated about who created it, or even suggested that coronavirus doesn't exist at all. None of these are true. These ideas have been bouncing around on the internet for a while, but they've started getting more attention as worried people look for quick answers to their questions. 5. The Insider. There's information that apparently comes from someone you trust, an unnamed doctor, professor, or hospital worker. But it turns out they don't exist, or if they do, it seems to be a game of Chinese whispers gone wrong. And this misinformation goes viral because it's shared, often by a relative in your WhatsApp group who passes it on just in case, or by a celebrity who amplifies it to their thousands of followers. Tech companies, media regulators, and governments decide what happens when people start and spread misinformation, but ultimately we're all responsible for stopping its spread. Check out our top tips for spotting and stopping misleading stuff online, and think before you share.
Now, I'll give you an idea about the confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is a key factor. Normally, we share the news, what we think it is actually. There has never been a time in human history where information is readily available as it is today. But with so much information living online, new issues arises, misinformation, disinformation, and something known as confirmation bias and cognitive bias. In cognitive bias, we seek out information to prove what we already thought to be true, without knowing it is a fake news or it is a true news. We shared it. The example, despite research behind the availability of safe vaccines, there are an unknown numbers of websites preaching the danger behind them. Climate change is the second example. It remains a highly polarized political issue, with some denying the problem is real, despite proven research. And there is a new term, as we all know, that they are fake news. Go ahead. Fake news involves the spread of misinformation, typically with the aim of creating confusion in people's mind or discrediting a person or an institution. Fake news is a major challenge in society these days due to the rapid spread of information through the internet and social networks. Fake news is a particular problem in topics related to health. We have seen this in last 3 years, that in the COVID, we have a lot of fake news and misconceptions about the spread of COVID and about the vaccines being produced for the COVID. After the social media invasion, the internet is playing mostly main role in spreading the fake news. Before pre-internet, people tended to receive their news from trusted media sources, whose journalists were required to follow strict codes of practice. But nowadays, after the internet enabled new ways to publish, share, and consume news and information with relatively little regulations or editorial standards. Many people now consume news from social media and other online sources, and we very unhesitantly share the news to our groups. Every minute, it's really astonishing that every minute 98,000 tweets are being generated, 160 million emails are being written, 600 videos are being uploaded on YouTube, and 1,500 blogs are being written in 1 minute. 11 million instant messages are being exchanged, and 600,000 status and posts created on Facebook and WhatsApp. In current scenario, mostly the fake news spread through social media, because the gadgets, the mobiles and the laptops in our hands are the main source of the information. So social media sharing through Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp, there are many fake websites and mostly evening newspapers, unfortunately in Pakistan, which are the cause of spreading the fake news. Sometimes the journalist amplified, or YouTuber, or troll factories. There are troll factories who deliberately make troll videos to spread the fake news. Sometimes to influence the public opinion or to gather public group pressure, the news item, fake news items, deliberately published into loose public groups and attaining to influence public opinion. Sometimes this task is assigned to bots, and nowadays the deep fake technology, sometimes fake videos created using digital software, machines learning, and face swapping images are combined to create new footage. And it is really hard to check that whether this video is or video clip is true or false. Here is another video, the last video of my presentation, in which two experts are discussing about how rapid the fake news is spread through social media.
It's the rapid and pervasive spread of fake news online. The largest ever study into the phenomenon examined more than 126,000 news-related claims on Twitter, and it found some surprising results. Let's bring in technology reporter Matthew Braga for more on this. So, Matthew, what's so significant about this particular research?
So this is a study coming out of MIT, and a bit of key context here. Now, they're independent researchers, but the Laboratory for Social Machines, it's one of the labs involved in this study, they do get funding from Twitter, and that relationship comes with something pretty significant, which is access to Twitter's raw data, this big archive of historical data, every tweet that's ever sent, called the fire hose. And here's what they found.
In Twitter's cascading web of influence, a single retweet wields the power to spread both truth and lies. The study out of MIT reveals fake news spreads significantly farther, faster, deeper, and more broadly than the truth. The researchers say the truth rarely spread beyond 1,000 people, whereas the most contentious fake news in their sample regularly spread between 1,000 and 100,000 people. Alarming, but so are some of their other takeaways from the study. First, while it helps, it's not just about popularity. Take out the most popular accounts and fake news is just as likely to spread as far and as fast by users who are less active, have fewer followers, and follow fewer people. Second, novelty helps fake news spread as well. New or surprising information is more likely to get shared. Same goes for information that helps people make decisions and makes people look like insiders or people in the know. As one of the study's authors put it, when you're just making stuff up, it's a lot easier to be novel. And finally, perhaps most surprising, they found you can't blame it all on bots or automated accounts. The study found bots did spread fake news, but they spread the truth just as equally. When the researchers removed them from their sample, they found humans were still more likely to spread fake news than the truth.
I'm concerned, sir, that Twitter seems to be vastly underestimating the number of fake accounts and bots pushing disinformation.
And it's not just Twitter. Facebook and Google are also under mounting pressure to address the influence of bots and other actors on the 2016 U.S. election campaign. But the bigger picture, say researchers, is more complicated than that.
Bots don't act alone. Bots are created by people, and people sometimes act like bots, and vice versa.
And there's a lot more research to be done.
We need to be looking at the platforms themselves, how their algorithms are designed, what kind of content is being incentivized. And we also need to think about the average citizen and what information they need to be able to make decisions about what information to trust or not.
Another key part of what the researchers told me is that they want more access to raw data like this. It's the sort of thing that will make more studies like this possible, and more in-depth analysis possible. And not just from Twitter, but also other platforms too, like Facebook and Instagram.
Okay, interesting stuff. Matthew Braga, thanks very much.
Thank you.
So the next challenge which we normally face, how to self-check for fake news. Today we have Google. Thanks to Google, we can search the credibility of any news while using the Google. Check the source. It is the second duty that to check the web address of the page you are looking at. Sometimes fake news sites may have spelling errors in the URL or use less conventional domain extension like .infonet or .offer. We have a lot of examples that the fake websites have the resembling name with the main media outlets, like there's bbc.com and then bbcnewspoint.com, which definitely is there to distract the audiences. Check the author. Research remain to see if they are credible. For example, are they real? The author of the news item or article, we have to see that is he really the main person, or is the researcher or associated person with that field, or it may be a layman, or you must have seen a few websites that the article it has mentioned that article is written by admin. So we have to check the author, check other sources. Are other reputable news or media outlets reporting on the story? Are credible sources cited within the story? Professional global news agencies have editorial guidelines and extensive resources for fact-checking. So if they are also reporting the story, that's a good sign. Maintain a critical mindset. a lot of, as journalists must have, and the researchers have, critical mindset. A lot of fake news is cleverly written to provoke strong emotional reaction, such as fear or anger. Maintain a critical mindset by asking yourself, why has this story been written? Is it promoting a particular cause or agenda, or is it trying to make me click through to another website? Just it's a clickbait. Check the facts. Credible news stories will include plenty of facts, data, statistics, quotes from experts, and so on. If a story is absent, these main items absent from the stories, so there is a doubt that this story might be self-fabricating. Check the comments. Even the comments of the stories, online comments, will give you an idea that it is a legitimate or true news, or it's a fake news. Check your own biases. We all have biases. Could these be influencing the way you're responding to the articles? Social media can create echo chambers of suggesting stories that match your existing browsing habits, interests, and opinions. The more we read from diverse sources and perspectives, the more likely it is that we can draw accurate conclusions. Check images are authentic. It's now, again, it's very easy. You can use Google's reverse image search to get an idea whether this image, where this image originates from, and whether it has been altered or not. So there are a few fact-checking websites. You can visit these websites and can check whether this science news or technology news is true or it's fake. It's PolitiFacts, bbcrealitycheck.com, factcheck.org/skycheck. Snopes is very well-known website, sciencefeedback.co, and Media Bias Facts Check. Here is an infograph for the best and worst science news sites. It is created by American Council on Science and Health in collaboration with Real Clear Science. So you can see in this matrix, the x-axis and y-axis, they have placed Nature, Science, Economist, Life Science, Atlantic, Smithson in the evidence-based reporting. With almost always they use evidence-based reporting. And there's metrics with mixed record, and there is also a column of ideologically driven or poor reporting media outlets. There are many reliable science news websites. I have mentioned a few. It's lifescience.com, sciencedaily.com, newscientist.com, eurekalert.org, futurism, scientificamerican.com, science, how stuff works, nature.com, science news, Pop Sky, and BBC. Thank you very much.
I think there is a time for one question. Okay. Would you like to introduce yourself and then ask the question?
Okay, I'm Dr. Bini Sharif from Comstech University, Islamabad. Thank you very much for a very interesting talk. So I have a question that, are there any effective legislations to counter fake news?
Unfortunately, in Pakistan, there are few platforms working to make legislation on the curbing the fake news. But if we broadly see the current scenario, I think there is no productive or you can say a clear guideline to curb the fake news. I don't think so in Pakistan it's being done. I'm from the media, and I can assure you that as of now, we do not have any fact-checking.
Would you like to give? Okay. Would you like to give any comment on this question? Sure.
There is, I would like to,
your name.
This is Mohammed Akram from FIA. I'm serving as Deputy Director in Federal Investigation Agency. there are certain sections in Prevention of Electronic Crimes Act 2016, which are not directly, but in general pertaining to the fake news. If the news is related to a person, then suppose somebody is using identity theft information, then there is a section to counter this sort of news in media, or whether it is electronic or print media. So there are other sections which address and the grievances of those whose news are published without any authenticity or any fake news. So there are sections which people can lodge complaints in FIA Cybercrime Bank.
Any other question? Okay, thank you so much. We thanks the speaker to deliver such a nice lecture and the information which we all scientists and even the news people needed, and I think it will be helpful for us in the future. Thank you so much for answering. Now I give a ching to the speaker, the chances giving a very nice lecture. Okay, tea is ready, but I will say that please cut the time. And next session, we will start at 10:40, 5 minutes earlier, because we like to have some time, some more time for the Juma prayer, so we will remain in time. So this is my request, please come earlier for the next session. Thank you so much. I will invite on the stage Mr. Murtaza Noor and Rishan Almas Faisal. Okay, fine, done.
मुल्तान निकलना था तो मैं सिर्फ
चले थे
मैं 20 मिनट में
ओके बिकॉज आज हम सोच रहे हैं कि हमारा
जी मैं
जुमे का टाइम
जी मैं शॉर्ट उसको करके ना
ओके तो आप ही को पहले इनवाइट करते हैं आपका इंट्रोडक्शन ओके
मैं भी थोड़ा सा लोगों
हाँ 1-2 मिनट है बस आई एम वेटिंग
मेरे वाले प्रेजेंटेशन लगी
हाँ Ikram is the Almas. Okay. Yeah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. As I said, we start now the next session of this workshop. And for that, I will invite the first speaker, which is Mr. Murtaza Noor. And let me introduce him. Muhammad Noor possesses more than a 2 decades experience in higher education sector. He remained attached with the Higher Education Commission of Pakistan and served as its various important divisions and sections. Currently, he is associated with the largest autonomous network of Pakistani universities, Inter-University Consortium for the Promotion of the Social Sciences in Pakistan. He is working in the country as a country coordinator, Global Higher Education, Leadership Academy. In addition, he is also serving Comstech as an advisor of linkages and to media. Thank you. I invite Mr. Muhammad Murtaza Noor to deliver his lecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much for providing me this opportunity to interact with the participants. And topic of my presentation is effective science communication, media relationship and coverage. You know, last 2 days, effectively, you have been communicated about the importance of the science communication, its essentials, why it is important to communicate with the persons who are not, you can say, well familiar with the science, and how we can make this communication very easier for those people who are not from the science discipline. So, and another very important aspect is how we touch the ordinary people, because if scientific discoveries, scientific developments are taking place, how we can familiarize the common citizens that this is very useful for you, and how they can learn from best practices. So this would be my, you can say, presentation, which will be addressing these core points. First of all, communicate science to the people, role of media in science communication, societal outcomes of the scientific developments, communicating outcomes and influence of scientific research on human being, exposure to science among non-scientists, which I have just discussed with you. What are the best practices of effective science communication and coverage? Because this is Friday, I just want to make it more precise, and we have another speaker here in this session. First of all, science journalism deals with bridging the gap between science and the public by reporting about science through scientific interactions, stories, and sharing developments in science with the audience. Some studies suggest that science and journalism are approached by one another, as the media plays a crucial role in interactions between scientists and the people. Role of media in scientific communications. First of all, it also bridges the gaps. What are the, you can say, main essentials? It's bridging the gap. Effective science communication helps bridge the gap between scientists and the general public, ensuring that scientific advancements and discoveries are communicated in a very clear, concise, and accessible manner. This is very, very important, that it should be the language we are using, that should be very, very easier for the ordinary people, so that they may understand what are the main developments taking place in the scientific field. Secondly, public understanding. It promotes public understanding of science and its impact on society, reducing misinformation and promoting informed decision making. Like we have seen the COVID-19 experience, so fake information and misinformation was spreading very rapidly, and it was the role of the scientist to guide the people in a proper way, so that they may understand what is the exact information, what is the correct information, and what are the sources of exact information. This is very, very important, that there would be misinformation, there would be fake information. So we would have to guide the people, and especially the students from the science and the media person, that what are the exact sources of information which can be relied upon, rather than we are just having some post and we are sharing without confirming that is it authentic information or not. Public trust. Effective science communication builds trust in the scientific community its finding, fostering support for scientific research and funding. Collaboration. This is another important issue, and important, you can say, aspect, that it facilitates collaboration among different stakeholders, including scientists, policymakers, industry, and the public, to address scientific challenges and opportunities. So this is also bringing the stakeholders closer to one another, like we are observing in this workshop and in this international event, that you can say all the stakeholders, whether they are from the faculty, whether they are from the media, whether they are from the science community, they are all here. So this is also another part of the another aspect that it is also creating collaborations. And without creating collaborations, no challenge can be overcome in effective way. This is very, very important that we would have to be team up. We would have to make combined efforts. And this is only possible when all the stakeholders join hands together. Engagements, this is also important that we are engaging with the public. Translation, it is also very important that it helps translate complex scientific concepts and findings into understandable language. This is very, very important. Here, the role of media is also very important, that how they are translating the different, you can say, scientific discoveries. And because most of the literature is available in English, and if we are talking it in, if we are taking it into the native languages or other languages, and how we are translating it, and translation should be also very easier for the people to understand what is taking place, what is the main essence, what is the main message you want to communicate. Inclusiveness, this is also very important, that we would have to ensure that all voices are heard, including those are from the underrepresented communities. This is very, very important, and promotes diversity and inclusiveness in science and society. Science literacy, it contributes to the promotion of science literacy and education, fostering a scientifically informed and engaged citizenry. Another important aspect is evidence-based decision making. So if by communicating scientific evidence and finding in an accessible and understandable manner, effective science communication supports evidence-based decision making and informed public policy. I am not touching these points because you are earlier 2 days was focused what are the, you can say, societal outcome of the developments which are taking place in the science. I would have to mainly emphasizing over the best practices. What are the best practices? Best practices of effective science communication and coverage. This is very, very important, that what are the best practices. And you know, this is also very important for all of us, that we would have to learn from the best practices and what are the earlier practices which have been adopted by different organizations, different institutions, and how they are focusing over the science literacy, science communication in an effective way. Learning is a, you can say, continuous process. And if we learn from the best practices, we can enhance our communication, science communication, and understanding about science in a very effective way. Clarity and simplicity. We would have to use very simple language. This is very, very important. And avoid technical jargon to communicate scientific concepts and finding, because we are addressing the ordinary people. And end user should be kept in your mind while you're formulating any press release, while you are preparing any, you can say, note or any information for the people, that it should be understandable. It should be very, very concept should be very clear and very simple one. Relevance. This is also very important, that we would have to highlight the relevance and impact of scientific findings on society. If it is not connected with how the society can benefit from this, any scientific development, this is very, very important. Context, we would have to provide the right context of science finding, and source is very important. What are the main sources? If I am sharing any scientific information, what are the main sources of that information? That should also be clear. Visual arts, how we can make it more interesting. This is also very, very important, that how we can make it more interesting. We can make it more interesting by using visual arts, such like graphs, illustrations, animations to help communicate complex scientific concept. Which makes the, you can say, communication more easier, more understandable, and more impactful, and more, you can say, it would create also a positive impact as well. Engagement, which we were discussing as well, engage with the public, fostering two-way communication. So scientific communication should also be based upon two-way communication. Collaboration, this includes participating in public talks, discussions, responding to public questions, and using social media to reach a wider audience. responsiveness, this is also very important, that we would have to respond promptly, very accurately to the media inquiries and interviews, providing clear, concise, and accessible answers. Sometimes we just share information with the media person, but they don't understand, okay, what exactly we want to communicate them. They would be raising some queries about that. We would have to respond them, and we would have to make it more clear, so that if a journalist who is reporting that specific, you can say, development or discovery or any scientific, you can say, thing which you want to make it more familiar for the ordinary people, first of all, it should be very understandable for the media person as well. If he himself is not knowing about that, how he can communicate to others in an effective way? This is very, very important. Media training, this is very, very important, that there should be continuous media trainings, not only for the journalists, but also for the scientists. Fortunately, we have good reporters, good journalists at the, you can say, metropolitan cities, big cities, but we lack such, you can say, talented reporters in the district, at the district level and peripheral areas. So this, you can say, this such type of training should be continually organized, not only in the metropolitan cities, but also in the far-flung and peripheral areas, because the journalists who are from the far-flung areas, they have less exposure. They can't communicate in a proper way, and science has its own language. So this is very, very important. And the universities, I think so, can play a very important role, because universities have they have campuses in Pakistan. If we talk about, there are 245 universities with 125 sub campuses. So we can effectively use such, you can say, university campuses, where you have also faculty, you have also media departments who can take this task forward. And I would also suggest to the organizer that there should be strong recommendation of the our conference and workshop as well, that such workshop, such interaction should be continued on in regular basis. Media monitoring, we would have to monitor media coverage because if we want to make it more correct, if we want to get more correct information, and if there is some incorrect information, even we may also respond that if there is a false news or inaccurate, you can say, information is being spreaded, we would have to tell the concerned, you can say, reporters or newspapers that this is not accurate, this is the accurate information, because so that this inaccurate or false information may not be spreaded at a large level. Evidence-based reporting, we would have to encourage media to provide evidence-based reporting on scientific issues, avoiding sometimes we have a prime time for the, you can say, political debates, but we don't have, you can say, proper time for the educational issues, science, technology. So these issues are missed out even from the mainstream newspapers. And this is very important, that we would have to cover the political developments which are taking place, but we don't pay proper attention towards the real issues which are related to the education, science, or health. Collaborations, foster collaboration between scientists, journalists, and media organizations to promote responsible and accurate science communication and media coverage. So we can take the case study of COVID-19, which was very recently, you can say, even some countries are still passing through this critical phase, that how misinformation was being spreaded everywhere, and what are the, you can say, how science communication helped in spreading the accurate informations and guiding the people about COVID-19 and other, you can say, very fatal diseases, how we can avoid those. This is very, very important for us. I would like to invite Mr. Musaddiq Sultan Sahab, who is a sharing case study and role model of the Government College University Lahore, how they are effectively communicating in science, and how they have prepared a special method 2 minutes, you can say, video, which cover the whole episode, everything. Very sir, briefly. जी दी वो वाला माइक, ये मेरे साथ भी आ जाए, you can stand with me, no problem. आ जाए sir, please.
Thank you,
Musaddiq Sultan Saab is a public relation officer of Government College University, Lahore, which is the oldest institution in Pakistan, higher education institution of Pakistan, which established in 1864, and his vice chancellor is very, very active, Dr. Zaidi Saab, and he is focusing special attention towards the science communication and the other modes of modern communication. So that's why we requested Musaddiq Saab to share his.
Thank you, Murtaza. Thank you so much, Murtaza. I think if science is getting multidisciplinary and complex, research is getting multidisciplinary, but at the same time, effective communication is also becoming complex. We can separate effective communication from communication. We are putting this all program on YouTube. This is communication, but limited number of people are watching it. If you want effective communication, you need a reach, an organic reach. You need to spread your message, and data is very important. So we have found at Government College University, we have found an innovative way of spreading our academic events and science achievements. That is a 2-minute video. Because an important point was mentioned by Dr. Maha, that we hook point. If you go at the Facebook and Twitter data says an audience decides in just 3 seconds whether they want to watch this video or not. The first 3 seconds, if the video is not interesting, they will skip your video. So you have just 3 seconds to establish. If you watch some film, if you look at one scene, in one scene they establish whether hero is rich or poor, he's living in Europe or in some Asian countries, or what is his lifestyle. They take just one scene to establish so many facts. So video has become one of the most effective means of communication these days. And if you look at the new trends, reels, shorts, they just give you 1 minute to convey your message. And trust me, 1 minute is a very long time when it comes to audience. Maybe that is a less time for a researcher to explain his or her point of view, but for an audience, it is a very long time. Then, if you can't establish your point in 1 minute, so they will not get all, or they will miss your chance. So content creation is a very complex field, and scientists needs to be trained in that field. That field also needs resources. You need to have a good equipment, good cameras, and also skills, how to record yourself, how to make it more interesting and interactive. There are many softwares, AI technology, which can help scientists. Even recently we were talking about ChatGPT. Now ChatGPT also helps you in drafting tweets. They can give you many ideas how you can make your tweets good. But you have to learn some skills as well. How to record a short video about, and I've seen none of the scientists is given a task by any professor or teacher during his studies that you should also make a 2-minute or a 5-minute documentary on your research work. If the research work would remain limited to journals, then there's no science communication. You are just communicating with the science community, but you are not communicating with the journal public. 2 years back, a few years back, 3 to 4 years back, we used to do that. We write good articles and try our best to get them printed in most reputed newspapers like Dawn, Tribune. But soon I realized that I've written a very good story. I put my most of energy in it, but my students on the campus doesn't know about it. And nobody, I'm telling you, this event was happened yesterday, and that professor said this. They don't know it at all. Then I tried to start sharing those stories on our Facebook pages. And trust me, Facebook is very intelligent. When you put third-party link on Facebook, they immediately drop the reach. They want you to be a content creator. This is the world of content creators. If you can create your own content, then you will get the reach. By third-party contents, you can't get the reach. So whenever we drop an article of Dawn on our Facebook page, our reach goes down to 200, 300, and that was very special. So we started creating content. And trust me, it is very difficult. To summarize this conference in 2 minutes will take you 2 days for you. You have to listen to every speaker again and again, cutting down, chopping down to the main points, and then you produce one video, but the results are amazing. This one video gets the reach of 100K, 200K. Students get knowledge about the event. So I request all of them. I think I'm grateful to Murtaza because he has done a lot of work at HEC to connect universities with industry. So he may realize that I should also invite PROs to this conference. So it's a great opportunity for me. Most of the people here are scientists. So I request you to become content creators as well, if you want to communicate your science. And reach is well, always look at that. If you are reaching 300 people first day, your reach will develop, your content will improve. And one thing, Maha, I want to request you, because you are amazing. I've learned so many things from you. One of the biggest problems is with the social media platforms. They are not recognizing professors, 0.00%, I think 1% professors who have blue tick on their social media profile. They are not recognizing us. They recognize journalists. All 99% journalists have verified accounts. All celebrities have verified accounts. All politicians have, but none of that. So we must fight this case. Now Twitter has a subscription model, but $11 mean $100. That would be too much for many of the academicians. So we must contest this case with all the digital media platforms that they must verify the accounts of professors, scientists, because they are the real intellectuals and they know about their subjects. If they have verified accounts, they will be able to communicate it in a better way. So I request the chair and the members of this conference that they must pass a resolution. They must request Twitter, write letter to Facebook, or it is very easy to verify the account of a professor because your complete profile is listed at the website of your university, your research institution. It is not difficult, but will is not there. Thank you very much. So
thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Dik, for making my task more easier. And because this is also called inclusiveness, we should also provide the opportunity to the participants as well, so that they may also share their views. So one very important point before leaving the, you can say, stage here, this is very important that how we effectively share the information as well. If that information is published, nobody sometimes bothers what is published in the newspaper, but when you share it very effectively, like through WhatsApp groups and other important, you can say, means, that would be, you can say, more you can say effective way spreading the information. And lastly, I would also, you can say, would like to share the recent example of Comstech, that Comstech's now stories are being, you can say, being promoted by OIC and other, you can say. So that's because we have focused over the content development and we are sharing the information in a very short span of time, and the on daily basis our informations are being, you can say, it's available on our Twitter account, it's available on our Facebook account. So this is the way how we can make the organizations vibrant and make the people familiar with the accurate and realistic information. Thank you very much for providing me this opportunity. And
thank you, Murtaza Noor Saab. There are two takeaways from this lecture, and I'm very thankful to Dr. Mr. Murtaza Noor for inviting the PR from Surgoda. And one thing coming from his side, that we researcher, we scientists should make 5 to 10 minutes videos about our research and things, and that will help the students, other people to see what they are doing and to communicate easily their research topic. And I'm very thankful to you for this comments. And I also like to have, if somebody likes to give us some recommendations, I like to have few recommendations from your side, so we can combine the things as a recommendations for this conference after we finish. So we like to continue with the things, we like to take it forward, and because we have done a lot of activity, and we like to have it fruitful in the sense that the recommendations should go to everybody, and we can so we can act on the recommendations, and all the PRs from the universities are here. They can also give us recommendations about that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Javed Khurshid is requested to please honor Mr. Murtaza Noor with the shield of memorandum. So he has to leave for another engagement soon.
And we also want to request you all, because your talks, your interviews, the media coverage is sharing on our Twitter, our Facebook page. You are requested, you can also share our videos, because you are attending this when you will take certificate, your picture will be uploaded, your interviews will be uploaded. So please share, because this is communication. If we share, then this communication will be effective. Thank you so much.
Because all the time when Maha is there, so I always get 1 or 2 tweets every day. Thank you so much. Okay, I will invite now the next speaker, Mr. Almas Haider Naqvi Saab. As a senior journalist with sound academic background, he is currently associated with Dunia News as a foreign policy and diplomatic correspondent. Mr. Naqvi hosted current affairs program titled The Real World on the DBT TV, Pakistan's first professional digital TV. He is the executive director of the region Rapada, a geopolitical think tank. Now I invite Mr. Almas Naqvi for his lecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khurshid. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I will request you to have a big round of applause for yourself, because for your patience. It's a third day, and still we have more than 100 persons are sitting in the room. So we have lots of perspectives and discourses on science communication in last couple of days. And but in this session, we will be practicing how to write a science story. So for me, I want to make a couple of more points to elaborate and to signify why the science communication is important. For me, science and technology, technological advancement is a single decisive factor or decisive variable which has potential to transform the societies, change and make a shift in the paradigms of security and development. So before getting into exactly into the how to write a science story, I have made a couple of tips in this session. This lecture will be 10 to 20 minutes. After this speech, you will have 20 minutes to practice writing a science story. So before moving to practicing or discussing how to write a science story, I want to introduce what the regional repo is. Regional repo is a geopolitical think tank, and perhaps it would be the first think tank which is working to create a linkage between the science and society and the community. This is the first example. Perhaps you can see we have organized a roundtable discussion on Pakistan Science and Technology Cooperation. We have future plans to organize similar activities in future. So this is the one example. For science popularization, we have created a separate group or a circle, Islamabad Circle. Through this activity, through this circle, we try to organize activity or popularize the science. We launched the books. This is another example. We launched perhaps 3 books so far. This is one of the examples. So we organized trainings. This is another example of data journalism, and we have plans in collaboration with different organizations to organize such type of activities. So this was a simply introduction of the regional repo and relevancy to the science and technology. So I don't want to bore you anymore, because we have discussed a lot of things in last 2 days, and still we are going, and there is lots of repetition going on, and I want to avoid it, and I want to skip some of my slides to save your time. So, but I have a couple of points again to establish my case why science reporting is important. Science reporting essentially important because it encouraged people to become scientifically literate. Why science understanding is important? Science understanding is important. It expands your knowledge base. It expands your worldviews. It really helps to strengthen the governance. It helps to lead to toward the societal transformation and improve the final and ultimate goal of every scientific activity is to improve living conditions. So there is 3 pillars of science journalism for me. You might have listened, there is some repetition but please forget, I really apologize for it, because it's the presentation was developed at least 3 weeks before. So 3 pillars are important. First one is trustworthiness. The second one, presentation and style. And the third one is connection. But trust, for public trust, you need to be bring scientific facts, and it must be the factual, balanced, transparent. For presentation, It should be clear, attractive, without attraction. Without attraction, you cannot get the attention of the public. It should be coherent and contextual, interacting with audience. And the third pillar is, again, we have 4 indicators. It should be purposeful, targeted, relatable, impactful, and responsible. So now we are moving towards the real issue, writing science news story. I have identified at least 4 prerequisites for science journalism. First is interest in science. Most of the journalists might not have any scientific background, but they have skills and interest and ability to communicate scientific facts in simplicity. Interest in science is important. The second one is ability to research and investigate. Third, analytic skills. And the fourth one, ability to write with precision and simplicity. So I'm now trying to build the context for a science journalist or for a science communicator must have asked some questions from himself. Why should I write the story? What is the central issue in the story? What information should the story include? What voices should be at the center of the story? Who is the story's target audience? And how should science be presented in story? These are the questions one must have keep in mind. So finding an idea, this is the biggest problem and challenge for a science communicator, for a journalist, that how one can get an idea. So I have a couple of tips to the way you can find some ideas. Subscribes to the science journals and websites. There are lots of the scientific developments coming in. You can find your interested idea. Follow the national and international S&T organizations. Follow the scientific societies and organizations. Follow the government policies. Ask yourself about the scientific dimension of public policy. Follow the developments in the scientific community. Develop a network of expert contacts from different fields. Participates in conferences, seminars, and other scientific activities. So after having an idea about the science story, this is again a pre-writing exercise. Select an idea, gather trusted information, understand the issue, compare with different sources, find appropriate experts, review previous studies, intended audience, and finally tell the story. How we can write a science story based on a research article. You have an abstract and conclusion with you, and we will be exercising after this speech. You will have 10 to 20 minutes to at least write a simple 200 or 300 word story. So lots of developments or discussions and debates coming in the research articles and publications. Find a research paper. A research paper must be peer reviewed. Second, read carefully. Don't overlook core facts. Identify the vested interests, especially the commercial one. If a tobacco company is sponsoring a research, a science communicator must be skeptical, and it should be avoided. Get the context. Interview the authors if possible. Get the other scientists' opinion. List the most important facts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. Be neutral. Don't part of the story. The science communicator must be neutral. Yes, you can include the human element through the interviews or the quotations. Find replacements of technical jargons. You can list the technical terminologies, and you can find through the dictionaries, and you can Google it. Replacement of technical jargons, and write simple language, as simple possible. So here is the structure of a science news story. This is an inverted pyramid. So in the first 2 paragraphs, try to summarize answering the 6 questions, 5 W's and 1 H. 5 W's means what, why, when, where, who, and how. After 2 paragraphs, you can write the supporting information, facts and figures. Then quote and paraphrase your source to develop the story. This is the basic structure, and there are a few more tips. Use short and concise quotation with the proper context, and then avoid using the quotations that reiterate the information that has already been introduced. Repetition is, I think, a biggest mistake in writing stories. Paraphrase useful information that cannot be introduced as quotes. This is the basic structure of a science story. So the next challenge is how you can find a science journal. For international publication, the simple criteria: find the impact factor journals, peer-reviewed journals. And in Pakistan, if you're finding some journal in Pakistan, you can find HEC classification of the journals, and HEC has classified the 4 categories: W, X, Y, and Z. And I think you should prefer the W category journals. Okay? And be mindful that finding of a single research is not a scientific theory. It's not a consensus. This is the limitation of a scientific research. It's just still evolving. Might be another scientist or scientist comes up with some new findings. Here are a few examples I have taken from the Science News. A powerful laser can redirect lightning strikes. And this article was taken from the Nature Photonics. And the next one is Earth's inner core may be reversing its rotation. Again, it's in a published at Nature. Two more stories published at SciDiv based on, one is based on WHO report, and another is based on research article. So now it's your turn. You have 10 to 20 minutes to write a story. And after that, we'll be collecting and we'll be analyzing this. This is an abstract, and you have a copy of it.
Please name the abstract because we have given.
Okay, so the abstract is a risk factor associated with prolonged intensive care unit artery in post-coronary artery bypass grafting patient with a chronic kidney disease. So, yes, in the backside of this page. Also, disseminate if possible, writing your pad. You put there. You can write on your pads.
Pads may say you can have a page from there. There. Okay. And second thing, you have only 15 minutes for this.
Mostly scientists.
Alexa, please. We need your help. Okay, we know that you are here. Yes, sir. And I think you, I think you pick India. वो विशाल साहब बैठे हैं उस वक्त आपने से उनको मैंने दी है तो उनको भी मैं बुला लूंगा ऊपर का कर लीजिएगा इन्हीं के साथ में क्योंकि ये एक्सपेक्टेड आप इसमें हमने क्या बोला हम नहीं प्रॉब्लम तो है इसीलिए मैंने कल अब सवाल ये है कुछ लोग मेरे बारे में अंदर के वो मेरी बात है कोई बात
बस वही बात करने लगा। ये बड़ी खतरनाक सीट है, इस्लामाबाद की सारी सीट है। नहीं उसके बाद ये ऑप्शन उसके बाद इस पे Yes, we can share. Ikram?
Yes, we have shared.
अगर फुल रिसर्च पेपर मिल जाए तो
5 पेज
Friends, please feel relaxed because it is not a typical classroom examination. It is just an exercise. And end of the day, whatever you write is good. Remember, trust yourself, have belief in yourself. Whatever you are going to produce is the best under this situation. Okay, so don't be afraid, have confidence. Thank you. Yes, yes.
The next iteration, we would like to invite the colleagues from journalism and we would like to address this question to your presentation.
You can address, but it's not the time to discuss. It is possible. You can discuss the most complex ideas of science if you have a good grip on how to communicate science to the public.
Also, who will be this minority?
General audience. Don't expect them to be very much science literate. Okay, they may be the common people who may have visited hospitals for bypass surgery for themselves or someone among their beloved ones. So it's not necessary that your intended audience to be scientists or science experts. मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि वहाँ पे पहले जो ना बस कंप्यूटर था, तो मैं ये सोच रहा हूँ कि नेक्स्ट जो है ना हम कुछ इस तरह का सेटअप कर लें। अगर यहाँ पे अरेंज हो है तो बहुत अच्छा है, क्योंकि आपने 150 जितने भी उनके हिसाब से ना आपने अपने कंप्यूटर्स पे जो लैब है कर दी। साथ ही साथ पता क्या कर सकते, देखिए अभी से बैठे अगर कोई सर्च करना चाहे ना, जैसे इंसान के तौर पर बहुत सारी चीजें इसमें डिफाइन पे गए, वहाँ पे रिजल्ट निकाल देते जो रेलेवेंट इंफॉर्मेशन। हाँ, रेलेवेंट इंफॉर्मेशन और for the next time. Not अगले वर्कशॉप से करवाते हैं। ये रिकमेंडेशन जब मैं पहली मर्तबा नाम लगाया था तो भी ये रिकमेंडेशन नहीं मगर जबकि एक कॉन्फ्रेंस खत्म होने चाहिए उसकी रिकमेंडेशन जरूर होनी चाहिए। ये और गवर्नमेंट की बात है कि वो उस पर अमल करे ना, उनको तो नहीं पकड़ सकते हैं पॉलिसी मेकर्स को, लेकिन रिकमेंडेशन जरूर।
Okay. Time is over.
Dear friends, you have only 2 to 3 minutes left. According to this clock, 50 past 11 will be our deadline, and try to submit whether you have completed, whether you are satisfied or not satisfied. Do not worry, just put it here with us and we'll take a look at it.
I think you submit these to Mr. Lin.
Of course.
Please,
I am ready to take that burden.
please.
Yes, one person is coming, he will collect from your.
Okay,
Please
fine.
don't leave your seats.
Okay, in the meantime, I introduce my new speaker, which is a well-known personality, and the last speaker of this session is Mr. Faisal Raza Khan. Mr. Faisal Raza Khan is an award-winning professional and senior journalist having more than 20 years of active journalistic experience. Currently, he is associated with 92 News Group as a senior correspondent with the focus on foreign affairs, diplomacy, defense, and emerging technologies. He writes columns for several magazines and hosted program at Dawn News interviewed several national and international dignitaries. I'm happy that he is here. I invite him to the podium for giving his views and talk about this seminar and other activities. Thank you so much, Mr.
Ikram sahab.
Yeah, we are just heading towards very fast. Towards the time of Juma prayer, 30 past 12.
Presentation जो है वो कौन करेगा?
तोड़ निकाल presentation कौन करेगा इसको आप?
ये करेंगे भाषण सेकंड प्रेजेंटेशन
Yes. इसको हम कर देंगे.
See, this is really an informal session today because we have to be open with each other, writing things, talking about the things. And the last session is also very open. Okay.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Faisal Raza Khan, and introduction was already there, so I'm straight away going towards the presentation. If my dear audience be attentive so that
Please, you can give those afterwards to listen to him first.
don't feel like examination, as Aleem has rightly said. It's just a practice, that you have to enjoy it rather than.
This is the first thing I will say, to enjoy whatever you are
Definitely. Because if you have a passion, then enjoy it and go on. All the time it happens, really. Even in the serious examination, all the same happens. Our students are doing the same thing. Huh? So let's start if you're all ready.
Yeah, I think you go ahead.
Okay. So my topic is broadcasting science. Broadcasting is a larger, in a larger picture. We are addressing to the larger audience, basically. And before moving to the broadcasting science, I think so. It's the last one. So you be happy, because after that you have lunch as well. So you have to be very attentive in that particularly. So I'm just sensitizing it through it. So we are having. So first of all, you all, how many scientists are here? If you just raise your hand. So okay, and okay, science students. Okay, you'll be the future scientists. Okay, practicing researcher. So how many journalists are here? So now look at the importance of science journalism, because no journalist is sitting here, only one might be. So this is the importance of journalism, science journalism, particularly in Pakistan.
We like to make the scientist as a journalist in the future.
Yeah, definitely, because we are actually addressing it. That first of all, it's this, because media is actually most of the professionals working in media as journalists. So first and the foremost responsibility is with media to have that. Then if you're a scientist, if you are a researcher, if you are working on that, then it's the responsibility of yours as well, that whatever work you are doing or your colleagues are doing, or the research institute centers they are doing, to translate in a very simplistic form and communicate to those who don't know the nitty-gritties and the technology aspects and the jargons of science. So it is very important. So what is science? You all know that the systematic study of the structures, behaviors of the physical natural world through observation, experimentation, and the testing of theories against the evidence obtained. That is the general definition of the science. And when we go to the technology, it is absolutely that the practical application or implementation of science. So what is broadcasting? It is very important. Earlier, we think that broadcasting is only going through radio and television, but now there are lots of mediums available through which we can broadcast science, particularly. So transmission of information or program through electronic means. So when we are talking about broadcasting mediums, it is television, radio, no doubt, but the film, music, it is very important because we are talking about broadcasting. So film, we have Michael Walde here, and he was the award-winning filmmaker. So it has a very great impact upon particularly the audiences, the viewers who go through some kind of film. So you have a very limited time. Sometimes we make documentaries, sometimes we make some 3-hour films or half an hour films, even short films or short documentaries. So that depicts that how we are going to message the common audience, viewers, and the listeners, and through visuals, motions, sound, and all those aspects, because that combines and give a real-time picture. So always people are very much interested, even when we are talking about in our childhood, cartoons were the real-time medium through which we were learning. So if you just have some cartoons, in print media, if you have some comics or something like that, so you can actually communicating science to children in a very in a way that only in 5 to 10 minutes you can communicate the message to the children. So it is very handy that you should have to just carve those cartoons, and you need artists and those people who can do that job. So it is, again, film is not limited to the visuals only. Might be some motion pictures you can use into the film. Then also there are lots of mediums. And the important medium which we have already discussed, and most of the speakers were already stressing upon it, is the local languages. As just yesterday, Najam Abbas Naqvi, who is the project director of regarding space, he was stressing upon that we are disseminating that science communication and the space communication, particularly in the local languages like Pashto, in Bravi, in Balochi, in Saraiki, in Punjabi, and in Sindhi. So that is the real-term way. I think so that is the area in which we have to focus, because most of the speakers focus less on that area particularly. So when we are talking about drama is also a limited. If you have a serial or episodes of a series, and then you go for, unfortunately, very little examples we have in Pakistan in local languages. We have not seen any sort of dramas regarding science. I think so there should be some focus on that, and we should have to go for, earlier we have seen from the Hollywood particularly about the science fiction films and like Robocops and something like that. So I think so that we should have to focus this film, drama, and music industry must have to combine together and come particularly to disseminate this message of science and science popularization, communicating science to the common people. And then again, the theater. Unfortunately, theater gone down. Even the entertainment and infotainment sector is also gone down because of some slang languages and all that, because theater is already a great medium to impact large audience who are at least sitting in an environment, in an indoor environment, closed door environment, but you are again disseminating a great message too. And then exhibitions do a lot, like we have science melas and all that. So it is a great work for science popularization, and I think so that should be focused upon. Then again, social media has lots of aspects like Twitter, you have Facebook, you have YouTube and Instagram and all others. There are several social media platforms at which you can do a lot in that sense. If you just go for the tweet, you have everybody has the mobile phone, so you have just a little message of 3 to 4 minutes at the social media just to describe your research in a very simplistic form, so you can communicate it through YouTube and all others. So it will help you a lot to disseminate the science message to the common people. Then again, multimedia platforms, because multimedia, according to its title, multimedia actually combines most of the medias, like print media, like electronic media. You have sound, you have motions, you have pictures. So all combined, you have multimedia. So through that sense, you are giving actually the freedom to the audience, that viewers and the listeners, even the readers, that whatever, if they want to read that information, it's okay. But if they don't, then you have the video available. Then you have some sort of song available to them. So you can communicate some sort of like microbiology through song. You can communicate space sciences through songs, through films, through documentaries. So lots of media, even when we are saying the light in space, it's a beautiful, if you have a chance to go through some of the very minute photos of space, you can just fall in love with space and the galaxies and the stars and the planet and your solar system even. So it's going to be, because science, you have to just insert this romance is very important. It is not important in the life of man and woman. It is important there as well, but you have to be in romance with science as well. So that is very important in electronic advertisements, because today you have lots of electronic advertisement boards, right? In between the roads, you have lots of boards there, and in the cities, huge billboards. So you can advertise electronically. So use that science communication and some of the presentations or some of the documentaries through those electronic boards as well, because that will help to disseminate that message to the passerbys who are at the roadside or at the signals. So that is the way to communicate as well. So then again, when we are talking about particularly this broadcasting, it is important that broadcasting science we have to understand, because it is the communicating science to a larger audience through sound, images, motions, graphics, which I have already explained. So when we go to the that how it is going to be that who is the best science communicator, it is very important that you should have a childlike curiosity, because children are learning 80% when you are talking, when you have conversations and all that. So you have childlike curiosity. That is very important, because just don't think about that you don't know science, you don't know technology, but you must know that you have a passion to learn. And if you have the passion to learn, then I think so that this childlike curiosity will help you a lot to learn science, technology, and conveying that message in a very simplistic form to the common people. Intensive reading. It is unfortunately even the researchers and the scientists and the people who are having scholarly education and academics, so they are preferring to have study, but unfortunately among the journalists and some of the other areas, they are not much fond of studying. So going through that study, you will that will help you to understand science and the particular area in which you are working for any sort of a story. So storytelling and journalistic skills. This is a simplistic formula that if you are a journalist or a storyteller or a communicator, so you must have to know at least 80% that what you are doing and why you are doing and to whom you are actually addressing that message. So 20% you must have to abide by the scientific rules, regulations, and into those studies which actually you are going to report. And if you are a scientist, obviously, if you are a scientist or researcher or working on any aspect and you are a professional, then you must have to be 80% professional or 80% scientist, 80% researcher. But you know at least 20% of the skills, how to communicate, how to write a story. So you know the art of storytelling. So that is very important. Then you are going to be a good science communicator. How to prepare? I have already mentioned that passion for science is very important if you are going to be a science journalist or if you are a scientist and going to communicate science. So believe in sticker. Sticker means that you have to believe in your skills. You have to believe in your technique, innovation, creativity, knowledge, education, and research. So this is very important that you have to be into that. Then enhance, update your knowledge. I have already explained that. Study, raise questions, because that is very important. We are not raising questions as a nation even. So we have to raise questions. Don't even think that this question is going to question your personality or your academics, or might be this question is going to be some sort of rubbish thing. No, it's not going to be. Because if even you are not a scientist, but you have the passion for science, then ask the question to learn science. It is very important. Then understand 5 W's, 1 H. My colleague, Mr. Almas, has already elaborated that it is 5 W's mean who, where, when, and something like that, and how. Then I'm not going to repeat it, but it is important that be involved, as science is actually evolving. It is not static. So always involve into the science, because it is, I think, I understand that you cannot be into equal into the race with the science, because science is very fast and you might have a slow speed. But I think so that if you are learning, if you have passion, if you want to do it, then I think so that you have to be involved with science. Regular interactions with the scientists, this is pivotal, because you have scientists not as subject that you are getting information from him. He must have to be your friend. You must have to be colleagues with each other. You trust each other, because there should be a relation of trust in between. Otherwise, it is impossible to get the information, because most of the scientists of the public sector organization, they always refuse you. They will never give you the information. So be the friends. Just when in journalism, we call them sources or contacts. We never emulate, but we have friends in scientific community. That's why we are extracting information. So then respect that relation. Respect means that if a scientist don't want to show himself or herself, then please don't quote him. So because the information is important, not that personality. So you have to just pass on that information to the common public. Personalities are not inevitable. So that is important. If you are having some direct quotes, that's good. Then in touch with the science labs, research centers and institutions, be the part of research journals particularly, and papers and other means. Abstract, I think so, if you have to just go through the abstract, that is enough for you to have information. If you just go through that research paper, that is again going to explain whatever it is. But if you are not a scientist, then you just, it's better to contact that person who has contributed that research paper, so that he explain you, said what it is and how it is going to be explained. So if you are satisfied, then you will be a better person to communicate or to have a story. Then track science and technology. There are several websites. My senior colleague Aleem has already given you an idea that there are lots of websites. Even Zishan has given you lots of websites about what are the authentic websites, and go through with it, and always up to date that what is happening across the world. Then effective broadcast. What would be the effective broadcast? First of all, you have to identify the target group. Why it is important? It is important because some of the aspects of science are inevitable and important for every human being. Like if we are talking about COVID vaccine, it is important for everyone. If you are talking about the oxygen cylinders, it is important for everyone. You are talking about ventilators, it is important for every hospital and for everyone. And nuclear energy or alternative or renewable energy, that is all important. But some aspect in that particular area might be not important for any other. Like if I'm giving you the example that if you are working on some tissue culture, it is important for those who are working on botany, some plant sciences, some genetic engineering, or might be it is interested for, when you are talking about, these are the scientific and the research areas. But when we are talking about common people, it's important for the farmers. You have to give them the idea that how much important this is, because we are developing something. I am now elaborating in a very simplistic form, that we are developing something in a room for you, a forest of different plants. And that is going to be drought resistant, less water would be needed, and then it is going to resist some of the insects and the pesticides. And again, this is a self-resistant plant, and some of the harmful pesticides are not needed actually. Just give them the idea that this crop is going to give you more yield, and along with that, it will help people to have healthy life. So when such type of communication would be there, farmer is going to be happy, and the other people who are going to benefit regarding the food, and the food security will be addressed actually. So in the larger context, that story of having tissue culture is going to be a remarkable, I can say that effort from the scientists, but the science communicator will do a real thing to disseminate that research to those people who actually value. So that is important. Then public understanding. Public must have to understand that what you are actually communicating. If they don't understand, and the language is important, don't create some language barriers. Because if you have done a story in English, better it to translate in Urdu as well, to publish in some of the local and national newspapers, and then translate in Punjabi, in Saraiki, in Pashto, in Bravi, in all other languages. Disseminate into a lot of your colleagues even who are working for Sindhi media, working for Pashto media, so that they translate it, and it will help all those who are living in far-flung areas. So then need-based content, that is important. Don't ever think that you are actually the person, you are communicating to them. You have to create a content which is understandable, easy, simple. Then you go forward. Important and beneficial, that must have to be important and beneficial at the national level, at the local level, and to those who actually matters, and those are the human beings living in that particular community or in that nation or in that country. Then again, you have help policy and lawmakers, because it is important that some of the stories are going to help those, and then some of the policies would be carved and the law would be enacted. That will help ultimately again to the people. If we are talking about Pakistan, then it will help those people who matters really. Then because the lawmakers and policymakers need some guidelines, and those guidelines would be provided by media or to those practitioners, scientists who are actually working. So that is important. So don't create, this information is, the sanctity of information is that you have to be honest, you have to be truthful, and that information must have to be passed on to the common people because it's their legacy. Then be simple, clear, and concise, because that is very important. Describe scientific work, problem, research, or situation in which you are. So when we are talking about before broadcasting, some of the factors are very important. Information should be complete and authentic. That is reliable. If you don't have the reliable information, don't go for the news, because ultimately it will create fissures among the society, disturb the community, and always create lots of doubts among the innocent minds who don't understand science. So please don't do it if you don't have, if the half-cooked information you have. Then reliable sources, and also it is important that the sources must have to be reliable. Then avoid single communication disrupted. Any problem with it? Connection?
We have 5 more minutes.
Yes, definitely. I'm going to finish it. So avoid half-cooked and incomplete information. Ask questions, satisfy yourself with people's mind, not your mind. Don't ever go for, because if you are an intellectual, if you are teaching in a school and you have the primary kids, you can't think that you will disseminate knowledge with your mind. No, you have to go, you have to just lower yourself, and at least if that is the primary kid, you have to be lower than his mind, yourself. You have to go down. Then you have to disseminate the knowledge, because that kid don't know how much you are academically sound and how much intellect you have and how you are actually. So actually that was, in that sense, you are not disseminating knowledge or communicating, but actually kidding. So use meaningful background to explain. When we are talking about the particularly in the broadcast media, if you are just reporting regarding a nuclear power plant, so you can't stay in front of an ocean. You can't stay, if I'm talking about the Karachi nuclear power plant, K1, K2, K3 or whatever, so you can't be there in Sadr. If you are in Islamabad and you are reporting with any sort of research institute like National Center for Physics, so you have to be there somewhere where the National Center of Physics logo or some of the scientific work displayed. So you have to be in front of that, because that actually creates the message to the masses.
I have given full of that.
Yes. So again, what Javed Khurshid Saab has in his first slide was about the newspaper. That was totally insane, really, because photo of any other third country, content which is not compatible with the headline. So this is not the science journalism. You are actually confusing people. So if you are a scientist even and making a video for YouTube, then please don't make that video in a Raja Bazaar. At least there should be some depiction in your background. Then go for that video. Even if the some sort of book recs must have to be there, just to depict that you are actually disseminating science. Some lab equipment or some lab, it is going to give a real-time message to the masses. Then satisfy yourself, because it is very important that you have to satisfy first yourself, because that information which you have, you must have to be satisfied. If you are not, then it is going to harmful for the people, because it is going to be a very confusing information. Seek as scientists and deliver as journalists, or seek as journalists and deliver as scientists. So it is both, in both ways you can do it, because it is up to your profession. If you are a professional scientist, then you should learn how to communicate science. That is important. Then again, at broadcast, always remember 3 A's. That is appearance, because your appearance must have to be, you don't look like a lazy man. You have to be very active at camera, particularly. Then, बाल शाल बने होने चाहिए. मतलब you have to be, don't look careless. You have to be very careful on that. Your approach must have to be very straightforward. Don't ever confuse people. Don't ever confuse yourself. Don't be confused, because if your face is looking like नाज़रीन आपको बताता चलूं यहाँ पर nuclear power plant जो है वो, don't be like that, because ultimately it will give a bad impact to the people who are listening you or viewing you. So be confident. because nuclear power plant, lots of very responsible people are looking after that. So it is not going to explode. There would be no leakage of uranium, and there will be no radioactive substances or isotopes for you to be. So you are not going to affect, because if the safety procedures are there, you are ultimately safe. Nuclear power plants in Pakistan are up to the mark and they are safe. But if you are reporting, it is recommended that you have to report it from the safe distance, because ultimately some of the security barriers might be some that will again harm you. So, but your information must have to be authentic and very important. So authentication is important for you. Information must have to be reliable. Without reliability, don't go in front of camera. Then appearance and approach. Be fresh and cool-minded, behave normal, be interactive and friendly with your audience, viewers, listeners, and all other, to whichever medium you are actually working. So very friendly. Don't be stern. Very friendly. You have to be dramatic. You have some sort of multiple approaches, because storytelling, some metaphors or some idiomatic things, or audience must have to be engaged. They don't feel that they are isolated. So involve with them. If even you are on camera, but feel them like you are among them. You're directly talking to them. So that conversation help you to disseminate that knowledge which science is giving us, and communicate that knowledge to the people, common people. Describe environment around you, because that is important. First of all, in first 1 or 2 lines, you have to just go through that environment. And again, straightforward and objective, address people questions, depth versus surface. It means that you might have some scientific knowledge and in-depth knowledge and technology and all that. But when you go for the people or to disseminate it, you have to come to the surface, just like submarine. Because people don't know the depth of science. People don't know the depth of technology. If you know, then don't think that everybody knows. So come at the surface, have a sigh of relief, and then go on. Again, be simple, no jargons, but I support what Ma'am Maha said, some of the jargons, a little. But don't be too boring, because ultimately lots of jargons means that you are again confusing the people. Then you must have to be logical, factual, and explanatory. Whatever you are doing, explain it. Explain it in detail, that how it is going to affect people, how it is going to be harmful, or how it is going to be very effective for the people, how it is going to increase their earnings, or how it is going to be safe for the people. What kind of, because people have lots of questions regarding the nuclear technology, regarding genetically modified organisms, lots of things. So always attribute, even if it's with sources, even you have to attribute. Then,
2 minutes.
Yes, pin to the scientific facts, brief to the content, whatever is, brief to the content. Don't go a lot of details, because you are on camera and you have a limited time. So balanced, equal space for all, because all audience are the same for you. It is not about that you like a political party and you are just addressing that. No, for every human, to whichever religion, whichever sect he belongs, because he is the citizen of that country, and that's enough for you. Address everyone, because that is important. Accommodate updates, because if you are on camera or at the microphone, even you are doing something for radio or YouTube, if at once you are getting another update about the same story, accommodate it. Always be on it. And then address misinformation. That is very important. Why science communication? Because science outreach and dissemination, it helps in outreaching and dissemination of information. Public understanding of the science and technology generates support for research and science, and particularly helps inform decision-making, addressing scientific misinformation, and also it promotes scientific factual knowledge and understanding of scientific methods, appreciation of positive outcomes of science and technology, and rejection of superstitions particularly. And here, with the permission of Javed Sahab, I just take 1 minute. And some of the question raised yesterday, some of the colleagues asked about that one of the thing which was raised, why there are 100 channels, but not a single one about science. So the thing is that if anybody is ready to advertise, anybody is ready to sponsor, I think so everybody will welcome any sort of a science channel, because I know that a channel which is named as Discover Pakistan, that is there, that is a beautiful channel, and they are disseminating science as well in that, but they are getting no advertisement, not a single advertisement they have, and they are running each and everything from their pocket money. So it is not always easy to have channel and without any finances. So even
we may have endowment to run a science channel.
Yeah, definitely. So can the public or private educational institution, universities, research institutes, or even the private sector like industry, commercial businesses, companies, chambers, or donors ready to sponsor science journalism or TV channels, media entity? Because very rightly said, because if you have some sort of endowment fund, then the science journalism and even the scientists can communicate, and that would be promoted.
I will come and
Yeah,
you.
please.
Okay. As I said that we like to have some recommendations, and I think these are the few things which are coming up. We like to put them together, and you are free to give your recommendations so we can read your mind from those recommendations, that what you have taken, what is your takeaway from this conference and workshop, so we can put it together in a concrete form.
So it's just the last minute that even at the cable operators, you have rightly noticed in Pakistan, across the country, that even the History, Discovery, National Geographic, Animal Planet, and lots of other channels which were available earlier on, right now, no channel is there.
Yes.
You have theaters, film of I don't know what kind of films, but the films
even done banned Indian movies in Pakistan.
Yes, but they are not ready to. I think so that I also recommend, with your due permission, Javed sir, that particularly the cable operators, the leading cable operators. In media particularly, you have the editors, the gatekeepers, the chief news editors, and the desk people. They must also train among the journalists, the field reporters. Because even the field reporters, when they are having a science story and they go to their media houses, people don't understand, because the people sitting there, they don't have any idea what kind of story it is and how much this is important for the people of this country or for this globe. So that must have to be addressed. And then one thing was raised that some of our colleagues, that science is black and white. So, and the media is gray actually. So I am basically, I love colors. So I have done something with colors actually. So when we are talking about gray or the black and white, how gray comes? Whatever shades there are, but how this gray comes? This is the mixture of black and white. So it means there is some black in media, there is some white in media as well. So we have to address the white.
Okay.
So we have to take the things in a real perspective. Not all the people hate science. Not all the people love science. But whosoever has the passion to communicate science, we have to support them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think we are going in a very perfect manner towards the discussion in the last session and having all these ideas together. Because I won't take time, I will say that we should be here sharp at 14 hours. So we can deal with the third part of this conference, which is very important because you will get the time to discuss, to display, and to go through the things. Thank you so much.
Before you leave, I have just two requests. First of all, that we were planning that we shall present some of the examples from these stories submitted to us. I will take after that break only 3 to 4 minutes and discuss these reports. Second, as Dr. Javed said, we would like that during this lunch and prayer time, if you spare some of your minutes to have a couple of your recommendations and a feedback, so that we can also learn from your opinion and your suggestion and make next such events more fruitful, more effective for the others and you as well. Thank you very much.
Now I have some shields for the speakers of this session. Thank you. We have done on science communication and community engagement. And I really feel very good to see so many people. Faisal sir. I really feel, Maha, please. Faisal, after. Thank you. If we call a conference or a workshop successful, you have to see people in the last session.
Yes.
Even you are tired listening 2.5 days, but you are here, and your participation and active participation is really appreciated. First of all, to start with the conference, we have given a position paper, some paper by Mas Naqvi to write a comments, and we got some comments, some descriptions, you can say, from many people. And I requested Halim Sahab to evaluate that, and he has done some evaluation. He like to give, he will take 3 to 4 minutes to give a comments that how he feels, what people have written and how they have taken that article. I will request Mr. Halim to see.
Welcome back again. First of all, let me clarify one thing. The purpose of this all exercise was not to engage you in a very heavy sort of exercise or professional type of exercise. The purpose of this exercise was just to give you an exposure of how a journalist may feel difficult when he or she is using a research paper to report something from the media. As scientists, you have seen that even from a different discipline, how difficult it may be for a scientist, a researcher, to explain his or her research or a group research in a way that it can attract public. Now, I think all of you
have a better idea how difficult science journalism can be or might be. So I am not going to single out any person or a couple of persons, because all of you have done a very good job. All of you attempted very well. As I said earlier, it is not about how good, how bad, how complete, how concise. You have translated that research into a narration that can be and that has a potential to be widely understood by the masses. So a huge round of applause for all of yourself. Please clap for yourself that you have done a great effort. Now, the next thing is, because we are already running out of time, so while doing exercises, I shall request all of you that please write 1 or 2 lines of your personal feedback. If you want to highlight yourself, your designation, your name, please do it. And let us know about how you found this event in your own opinion. Second, what your suggestions are. What do you think for the next time if we conduct similar workshop and conferences next time, how we can improve based upon your present observations. Thank you very much. And now to Dr. Sam.
Thank you, Alim sir, for the comments and helping us in looking. You have done a great job evaluating what people have written. And to proceed with the other lectures and films and everything, I give the mic to Mr. Zishan. And Zishan will be explaining the things one by one and will be displaying the videos and will be having your comments or storytelling or something on this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab. So we are at the end of the conference and we are now conducting a workshop sort of thing. It consists of 3 segments. First, we will show you a video clip of 3 minutes, approximately 3 minutes, and each one of you have to write a tweet about this story. We'll give you 5 minutes, then we'll collect your write-up. Then we'll show again another video clip. You have to write another tweet for this. On the second phase, Dr. Javed Khurshid will tell you a scientific story about his experiences and one of his projects, which he has completed in his professional life. Then a few of you will be invited on the stage, 1 or 2, to ask about what newsworthy things you have find in his storytelling story. And that at the third part, we will show you a video clip of 9 minutes, and then that would be a group activity. You will be requested to make a group of 5 or 6 persons, and then each group has to discuss the newsworthy item from that clip, and one person from each group will come on stage and will evaluate the story and then point out his view about whether this this clip is newsworthy and what will be the news-taking ideas from that story. So we'll start with the first one. I'm going to show you one video clip and you have to write a tweet on it.
The Big Bang, 13.8 billion years ago.
We, CERN, are trying to understand matter.
We built a world-class physics laboratory with the most powerful particle accelerators.
Fundamental research in particle physics not only pushes back the boundaries of our knowledge of the universe,
but also catalyzes innovative technology developments. We built a bigger machine, the LHC, with bigger detectors.
ALICE,
Atlas,
CMS,
LHCb. The scale and demands of our accelerators, detectors, and computing infrastructure
constantly push the boundaries of technology.
together with our member states, associate member states, and partners across the globe.
We develop state-of-the-art technologies in different domains.
Technology that impacts and saves lives.
When the World Wide Web was invented, we offered it to the world.
1.8 billion websites today run on the World Wide Web for almost 5 billion web users. The technologies and scientific advances behind high-energy physics, through developments in accelerators, detectors and computing, have historically contributed to the field of medical and biomedical technologies.
They also extend to a vast range of areas
such as aerospace, Industry 4.0, cultural heritage,
education,
outreach, human capital,
and open science. We are a powerful model for international cooperation.
taken as an example by other intergovernmental organizations and endeavors.
We work together for a common good and are a proven source of inspiration for future generations.
And a model for other international research projects. Did you know that €1 invested in CERN's research brings back 1.8 euros to society?
We have had and will continue to have an impact on all of our lives and on the world around us.
Understanding our universe means going further than outer space.
We are CERN, and we are going back to the origin of our universe.
Pushing science
and pushing technology.
Explore the future with us. The Big Bang, 13.8 billion years ago.
We, CERN, are trying to
Sir, आप कुछ would you like to take some? Definitely, I would like to repeat it in the loop, and you are free to now write a tweet on it.
I give a comment before that.
Please.
This about CERN, Kamran Akhtar has talked about it, how Pakistan collaborated in this project internationally. So there you can see the science diplomacy, and now we are showing the picture. You have to write what you have to write?
A tweet.
You have to write a tweet or
A tweet that should be within 228 characters. Divide 228 by 5 and you will have an idea how many words you will need. Okay?
understand matter.
We built a world-class physics laboratory with the most powerful particle accelerators.
Fundamental research in particle physics not only pushes back the boundaries of our knowledge of the universe,
but also catalyzes innovative technology developments. We built a bigger machine, the LHC, with bigger detectors.
Alice,
Atlas,
CMS,
LHCb. The scale and demands of our accelerators, detectors, and computing infrastructure,
constantly push the boundaries of technology.
together with our member states, associate member states, and partners across the globe.
We develop state-of-the-art technologies in different domains.
Technology that impacts and saves lives.
When the World Wide Web was invented, we offered it to the world.
1.8 billion websites today run on the World Wide Web for almost 5 billion web users. The technologies and scientific advances behind high-energy physics, through developments in accelerators, detectors, and computing, have historically contributed to the field of medical and biomedical technologies.
They also extend to a vast range of areas
such as aerospace, Industry 4.0, cultural heritage,
education,
outreach, human capital,
and open science. We are a powerful model for international cooperation,
taken as an example by other intergovernmental organizations and endeavors.
We work together for a common good and are a proven source of inspiration for future generations.
And a model for other international research projects. Did you know that €1 invested in CERN's research brings back 1.8 euros to society?
We have had and will continue to have an impact on all of our lives and on the world around us.
Understanding our universe means going further than outer space.
We are CERN, and we are going back to the origin of our universe
pushing science
and pushing technology.
Explore the future with us.
You all are requested to write the tweet about this. If you want to see one more time, I can play it.
This 3D printer creates twisting
to share this video or just like tweet about this video and share this video or just right?
Just write a tweet as you have seen the video. So it should be in line with this video or the content of this video. Yes, of course. This video will be shared along with your tweet. Remember. अगर कोई एक लाइन ऐसी है someone is asking. It is a sort of exercise. We suppose that you are going to write a tweet about this video and you will share this video along with your tweet. Simple.
This is a mental exercise.
Yes.
How you train your mind to write.
It is actually that out of this video, how you are extracting the content, whatever you like in your own way. But there are 3 to 5 parts of it in the video. So whether you like the third part of it, the Large Hadron Collider might be you are interested in how that heritage is going to be saved through this technology and the science, and how, or might be you are interested in space or space technology. So whatever is inside that video, the content, basically you are extracting out of that content, and that extraction is your tweet.
Might be medical applications because it's
Yeah.
also shown there.
Definitely.
So it is your expertise, what you want to write about that.
किसी को ड्यूटी लगा दे ताकि जो ट्वीट्स लिखते जाएं वो वहां जाके खुद कलेक्ट करें। ओके, निशान किसी की ड्यूटी लगाओ वो हाँ कलेक्ट करें।
एक आम साइड से कोई है बंदा जो ट्वीट कलेक्ट कर ले,
उसको भी ट्वीट लिखनी है। अच्छा फिर ठीक है, कोई बंदा कलेक्ट वाला कह रहे दूसरी ट्वीट भी लिखवानी है।
Okay, bye. We will collect the papers after showing you the second video and having tweet on it.
Okay, sir. Close the second. After 1 minute, I'll play the second video. After 1 minute, I will play the second video.
Okay, Zishan, now you can play the second video.
Should I start it? Okay.
They should be okay from your side. I want to see hands.
I only have one number.
Okay.
WhatsApp everything is.
Done. What about the people sitting in center? Okay, fine. I think, Zishan, you can play now, the second video. Okay, please see, we will play the second video for the, we will repeat it also after 1 or 2 minutes, so you can get the things from them.
जी शुरू से करता हूँ.
This 3D printer creates twisting helix shapes as it prints, thanks to a newly designed rotating multi-material nozzle. This new technology can create complex patterns inside the layers it prints and allows researchers to finely control the properties of different parts of the printed structure. 3D printers can already print with multiple different materials, called inks, at once, for example, using nozzles like this one. But this new design adds rotation, turning both the nozzle and the ink barrels, allowing it to make things like helices. The researchers have experimented with changing the angle of the helix, with turning the rotation on and off, and with adjusting the nozzle to keep one colour on the outside at all times, whatever shape is being printed. They say that this gives them much more detailed control than conventional 3D printing, because they can create shapes within each voxel, which is the 3D equivalent of a pixel. The fact that this new design can create details smaller than a voxel opens up a lot of possibilities. For example, helices have particularly useful properties. This filament is made from special conductive and dielectric inks. Because of the helix shape, when a voltage is applied across it, the whole thing compresses like an artificial muscle. For this to work, the printing has to be extremely accurate and free of errors. In another demonstration, the team made filaments with different properties in different sections by changing the angle of the helix. In this lattice, the helix angle, and therefore the properties, are the same throughout, as you can see when the lattice is stretched to breaking point. But here, part of the top section has a slightly different helix angle, which the researchers use to control exactly where the lattice breaks. This means 3D printed structures can now have different properties in different segments without changing the shapes or materials used. The researchers plan to continue exploring different applications for this technology and hope to be able to control each part of their 3D prints with even more detail and complexity. This 3D printer creates twisting helix shapes as it prints, thanks to a newly designed rotating multi-material nozzle. This new technology can create complex patterns inside the layers it prints and allows researchers to finely control the properties of different parts of the printed structure. 3D printers can already print with multiple different materials, called inks, at once, for example, using nozzles like this one. But this new design adds rotation, turning both the nozzle and the ink barrels, allowing it to make things like helices. The researchers have experimented with changing the angle of the helix, with turning the rotation on and off, and with adjusting the nozzle to keep one colour on the outside at all times, whatever shape is being printed. They say that this gives them much more detailed control than conventional 3D printing, because they can create shapes within each voxel, which is the 3D equivalent of a pixel. The fact that this new design can create details smaller than a voxel opens up a lot of possibilities. For example, helices have particularly useful properties. This filament is made from special conductive and dielectric inks. Because of the helix shape, when a voltage is applied across it, the whole thing compresses like an artificial muscle. For this to work, the printing has to be extremely accurate and free of errors. In another demonstration, the team made filaments with different properties in different sections by changing the angle of the helix. In this lattice, the helix angle, and therefore the properties, are the same throughout, as you can see when the lattice is stretched to breaking point. But here, part of the top section has a slightly different helix angle, which the researchers use to control exactly where the lattice breaks. This means 3D printed structures can now have different properties in different segments without changing the shapes or materials used. The researchers plan to continue exploring different applications for this technology and hope to be able to control each part of their 3D prints with even more detail and complexity.
I hope if anyone of you want to see it again, I can play it one more time. No? Okay, your time starts now. You can write to it about this in the video clip. Once you all will be done, I'll collect your tweets. One of our volunteer will collect you from. Are we done, Gerald? Have you done, or do you need more time? Is it done?
Anyone to ask them to read? Any volunteers to read that way?
Okay.
Yeah, any
It can-
volunteers to read? Yeah.
Yes, of course, if any volunteer want to read the, it's to.
Yes.
Number one more.
Yes, please.
Just a second, just a second. One more person.
There's one here,
Okay.
one here.
Or three. Okay, fine, done. Okay, good. Go ahead.
Do we have a mic?
Just a second.
Yeah.
I think you should have lights on.
Can you turn on the lights, please?
Oh, mic ले.
Lights on हो सकती हैं?
Please, उधर पास हम.
Thank you. Okay, the tweet message for the first video is the CERN is playing a vital role for diplomacy in science and bring real technological advancement for the betterment of humanity or human life. CERN is committed to inculcate the positive transformational changes in society. This is the message for the first video. Tweet message.
Second.
For the second, may I read?
Go ahead.
Okay. For the second video, I'm writing 3D printing is the emerging technology to design materials with accuracy and precision. The researchers are keen to use this technology for industrial revolution in material sciences.
Okay.
There's one here nearer to you, so maybe we can go with,
Okay.
with her, then we can go up.
About the first one, we at CERN are dedicated in pushing science and technology to explore our universe with the help of our worldwide partners. Our multidisciplinary approach enables us to develop cutting-edge technology to benefit humanity. €1 invested in CERN will return as €1.8 to society. So join hands with us. Second one, 3D printing with rotation is a breakthrough technology. The newly designed nozzle enables rotation to make helices with modifiable angles. It opens up a lot of opportunities to control the design and accuracy of incorporating different properties in different segments using same material.
Okay, here.
I like your first one where you put dollar.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Can you identify yourself?
Okay, please introduce yourself and then a video to it.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. I am Dr. Ifat Aziz from Ministry of Science and Technology. Tweet for first video is CERN, a highly world-class particle physics laboratory with state-of-the-art high-energy particle physics related technologies and with vast range of applications in education, medical technology, and different other sectors. And wait for the second video. Research and innovation in 3D printing technology can be helpful in improving complexity of shapes in printing by implementation of change of angle of helix, turning rotation, and adjusting nozzle in a printing technology.
Okay, I will start from here and I will ask Mr. Alim to make his comments first. That what you feel and how you feel about it. Okay, just a second. Yeah, you
We
can.
should take one, two, or more.
Of course, you can take.
One more, right? There. Okay.
So the tweet for the first one is #CERN Pakistan. Proud to be a Pakistani as we collaborated in technology, making humanity safe and happy. Let's celebrate our future, our CERN. And the second one is 3D printers with complex helix design employs diverse media to create designs and objects, giving our post-industrial achievements a run for their money.
Thank you, very good.
The hashtag, you forgot the hashtag.
Yeah,
Very good.
it's very good.
The hashtag, yeah.
Okay, now Mr. Alim is going to give his comments on that.
I would like to remind all of you once again that it is just about the exposure. Okay, there is nothing right, nothing wrong, nothing best or nothing bad. Okay, so first things first, whenever we talk about tweets, tweets should be limited according to the letters. That is, as of now, we have a limit of 228 characters. So all of your message or the major part of your message should be conveyed within these 228 characters or letters. Besides, you may have, because all of you are from the current day, modern days, so you may also know about the use of hashtags, just like ma'am used. Most of the time, hashtags are used while we tweet. So I think each and every tweet was really good on its own, as it has different aspects of the same story. So you may also understand that with a different perspective, someone who is interested in more interested in science diplomacy, so he will share the same thing, same video with a different narrative, with a different angle. Someone who values patriotic sentiments, who will tweet the same stuff. with a very different but relevant angle. So there is something interesting. The nature video about the twisted nozzles of the 3D printers was shared on the Twitter on 20th January 2023. I think about 10 or 12 days before. So let me let me tell you the okay. Let me tell you that tweet. Yes. The tweet says from the original source, it says 3D printing gets a twist from a novel nozzle. That is all. In fact, they did not use typical hashtags. They just used very smaller quota, very small numbers, and least technical. 3D printing gets a twist from a novel nozzle, and then they added that video which you have just seen from the nature. So as I have said, there is nothing good, nothing bad, nothing best, nothing right, nothing wrong. It is all about your own perspective, and you might have exposed to the idea that whenever we use social media platforms like Twitter and Facebook or Instagram or any other platform, what difficulties as a scientist we may face, or what measures we should take, or what should we understand when dealing with such media. That is all, and thank you very much.
Okay, now I will invite Maha to give her comments about it.
I'm going to be very brief. I'm going to talk about the second video. Now, some of you who shared your Twitter was mainly talking about 3D. 3D has been here for some time, but no one actually spoke about the twist and the rotation. So always think about what is novel there, that it creates the wow factor. What would you, when you read something, when you see something, what makes you think, wow? So look for that and then highlight that. So the novelty must be there. That's all I want to say.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the experts panel for their precious views. I think you all have put a great effort. Before proceeding to the next stage, I think a big round of applause is needed.
Yes, of course. We must appreciate your efforts.
Now, this will be our second exercise. I will like to share, to ask Dr. Syed Javed Khurshid from his professional experience to tell us about his professional endeavor, a story. He will tell you a story about one of his project, and then you people are requested to note down the important points, what you think may be the basis of a news item, the things which will be imperative or important for a news item. At the end, a few of you volunteers will be asked to give their opinion, what newsworthy items they have found in this storytelling. So thank you. Sir, please.
Now, I want to go first before Dr. Javed, because I want to give you some tips. I read your submission. I went through your submission that you submitted to Mr. Alim, so that when Dr. Javed says your story, you know what to look for. Now, number one, look for the angle. Mr. Alim mentioned the keyword, angle. Which angle, the positioning or framing do you want to take? Like, he tells a story, each one of you can take different angles. So look for that angle that you want to start your story. That's number one. And I didn't see many of you had that angle. Most of you, what you did with the hospital story was you just removed all the jargons, and it was just like a summary of it. Because no one wants to read a summary. People want to read a story. So look for a story when he is going to tell his story, his research. Look for a story that you can take home and you can tell your daughters, your sons, your nephews, your husband, your spouses, whoever. So look for that. I think that was what missing in the hospital story. Yeah. Okay.
It was very difficult this morning when Rishan asked that talk about some project. I will talk journally. I will give you a journal story, and after that you can pick up the points from there. See, people in journal and people in Pakistan feel that cancer is a disease which cannot be treated. So let me explain you that it has different parts. It can be treated. If you go on the data and you see cancer usually defined in 4 stages: stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. Actually, stage 1 is when you recognize that you have cancers by testing and doing the things. Second stage is when it get inculcated in some of the cells and form a tumor. Third stage is when the tumor and this cancer goes in the nodules in the body. And the fourth stage is when it travels even to the bones. So first and second stage in few of the cancers, if you find out cancer at first and second stage, it can be treated. In few cancers, mainly in those cancerous cells or places which can be removed from the body or easily. And the most important thing about that is if you have the awareness. If you have the awareness, you can detect it in the first and second stage. If you don't have the awareness, it is difficult to find out. Actually, it is a big problem for Pakistan because there's a lot of population which is not educated and lives in far-flung areas where the facilities are not present. So when I was there to advise the government on this, I always advised them to have the centers after every 100 kilometers. So the poor population can reach that. Besides that, I have given a program to the government to have the mobile cancer units, which can go to the Dahi units, rural units, and can detect the cancer patients from there and then can ask them to come to the hospital for the treatment. It is a pity, even you treat the cancer patient at the first and second stage, you don't have the data because people don't come back after even being treated, that what happened with them, and they didn't got the disease again, and sometimes it comes back. So second suggestion which I have given to the government, beside having the cancer hospitals at 100 kilometers, I have given a suggestion that we should have a radiotherapy units after even 50 miles away from each other. Because see, when you go to a cancer hospital for a diagnosis, it is a one time. But when you need the treatment, chemotherapy or a radiotherapy, you have to go 6 or 7 times. So it should be more closer, more nearer to our population, which cannot afford the money and to go there. Now, coming to the cancers, they are basically some cancers which can be treated at first and second stage. That is breast cancer and breast cancers in case of women. And it is amazing if I give you data, nearly 50, we have a 51% population of women in our country. And out of that, the occurrence of cancer is 31, which is equivalent to the United States of America and to other developing countries. It is not a problem of a developing country. It is also a problem of a developed country. So we cannot separate them from each other. Second, the second cancer, which is very prominent in the male population, is the prostate cancer. Now, let me come back to the breast cancer. Breast cancer is one of the cancers. If you find, it is very easy to find, and it is one of the cancers that you can control in the first stage, and you can be happy throughout your life. And it is on the second stage, it needs some treatment, some operations and things. It is even cured at that. And with the prostate, it's the same. Prostate doesn't go so fast, and you need a little treatment with the time. It goes with the time, and it comes with the age. Whereas breast cancer comes genetically when it is activated, or depending on your food habits. Fast food is really recognized for that. But the prostate cancer comes with the age, and it remains there. Now, how you can do that? How you can control it? It is very easy. There are physical methods that women can apply even at home. If they feel something, checking the breast, they can find out that they're going through something, and they have to have the medical advice. But, as I had talked in the beginning, in some areas like NWFP, women are afraid to talk to their husbands even to tell that they have the problem. And most of the cases which we get from the NWFP is with the wounds and something at the third or fourth stage. So basically what I'm saying is awareness is must. Okay. When you talk about awareness and treatment, actually our medical government people, policymakers, they put more emphasis on the treatment, and we get more money for the treatment. But if we get some chunk out of it and spend on the awareness, we get less patient in the final stages, and we have to spend less money. So it is very important how you regulate the things. And the concept of the mobile units I got from Australia, because Australia has a long area. So they cannot develop so many hospitals. So they develop the mobile clinics which can go and provide the facilities. So I think this is enough. I can go further and further and further, but I think this is enough for a storytelling, that what you pick from that and what you want to talk about. The program in the awareness is started that doctors, which are cancer specialists, they go in the girls' colleges, girls' schools, to give this information. In that way, we can develop the awareness. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab, for your precious expertise. Now, after 5 minutes, I will invite few of your volunteers to tell their point of view about the storytelling which Javed Khushi Saab had described. What news items and what the area would you like to take as a news scoop?
Excusation.
Faris Ali is with us, please.
I just want to add something about this exercise. Basically, the main objective of all these 3 exercises is not to testify anyone's abilities. It is just about that whenever we receive some science content or we found some science content, we must disseminate with our comments, with our feedback, so that it's a common, so that we will be a part of that science communication, because spreading the scientific knowledge itself is a science communication. So not necessarily that we should forward the content without adding our comments. It's better to add your comments and forward to others. So this exercise is basically preparing yourself for in that scenarios. Thank you.
Thank you, Paris.
I think there's a question, right? What you're supposed to do, is that right? Can I create a scenario on what you're supposed to do? Okay. So just imagine you are in the university and this professor came and gave this scenario. Now you go home, what would you tell your mother? What would you tell your spouse? What would you tell your sister? So say it just like, imagine now you are going to tell, you heard an expert talk about cancer and the measures. You are going home, you want to talk, say, you want to recreate this and tell your daughter or mother or wife or husband or brother or whoever, how would you say it? That's all. Just imagine that scenario. Okay, the detail depends on who you're going to talk to. So if you're going to just repeat whatever he said to your mother, is your mother going to be interested? So you have to ask that question.
Just ask
How would
something.
you go back and tell, you heard this and you say, oh, I didn't know this. I think my mother should know this. So what would you say? Or my husband should know this.
Or you like to, I can narrate to you what you can convey. No, no, no. Okay, this is one thing. This is one thing. And second, the message is there that if you detect the things before time, and second, third thing is there that if you are a female, that what you care for, the physical examination, which I talked about and things like that. So there are a lot of messages which you can convey to different different age groups.
Yeah, so you don't have to have everything. Imagine, now maybe the easiest one is just imagine you are going to tell your mother or your father, because he spoke about breast cancer, he spoke about prostate cancer. So either mother or father, what will you say? And you don't have to repeat everything.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Great, great. Yeah. Okay. Right. I'll listen. Right. See, the comment is dependent on the policy. The comments which came from here and here, it doesn't depend on the policy. And from there, what was his name? And the comments which came from here, they do not depend on the policy. We are not depending on someone, as Maha said. We are just conveying the good thinking to our close friends, people, mother, relatives, and things like that. But when you talk about that, there should be it depends on a lot of things, right? I can talk about that a lot, how it depends, because it depends on the stakeholders. There are a lot of stakeholders when you develop those things. I didn't talk about the stakeholders, how you have to bring the stakeholders on that. So generally, whatever message you have taken for the general population, for general relatives, you have a responsibility to convey it in a very good manner.
So the other scenario could also be you spoke, you listened to an expert, and now you are a host of a TV show. How would you introduce this topic? How would you introduce this topic? That's also another angle to look at storytelling.
I would give a hashtag of unfolding the mysteries of hidden medical measures in the society, unfolding the tables of medical.
Always think about novelty, because cancer is not new.
How we can encourage, for example, both men and women, who is screening at every stage, regardless of their health condition.
Can you repeat it?
Yeah, how we can encourage both men and women for early screening, regardless of their health condition, to detect possible occurrence of
Why? There are two things when I started working on this. First, it was my responsibility to develop some cancer hospitals in Pakistan. Second, it was not a passion at that time. I got the responsibility. I am giving you an answer. It's very important. And then once I visited a cancer hospital and I saw the cancer patient, after that, I said, it is my responsibility as a human being to do that if I can do it. And I did it. So this is a message.
Yeah. Okay, wait, Amira.
And one of them was journalists traveled from Pakistan to US and watched people. The other one was again single. She was alone in UK and she got a surgery done. They both got married. One of them people got married afterwards. But actually, one of them was not a breast cancer patient, it was an ovarian cancer patient, and got married. And this person, while I got congratulated notes from Canadian College, people saying that, my friend who's going through cancer got so much, got so much heart from that. It is very close. But the person who had got married after the divorce got angry with me because I mentioned the divorce. So there are certain areas where you go.
Yes, this is one of the things. Yeah, because you are absolutely right. In the beginning, we developed a method if somebody is coming for the test for the cancer. So we should not convey it in an open manner. We should send very restricted information to her and him about that.
Yeah.
So because this is a social thing. What you're talking about, why the social things are stopping us to get educated in that sense and to develop awareness. So I mentioned clearly NWFP when I was talking about the breast cancer. So it is very important to see in which social context you are living and things like that. So there are a lot of things which we control.
I want to, storytelling is really I think this is the most powerful approach when we want to communicate anything. And of course, science more because science is complicated. So I'm going to take the liberty to chair this session. And Amira, I like your humanizing. Now, so just say Amira heard the expert and now she's bringing the two. We don't have to name them and we don't have to talk about their divorce or whatever, but you can say, my two friends, one in UK, one in US, and they survived. And now today I heard about this expert who said this. So you are bringing in your own story, which now can relate to an expert data and facts. So that is really humanizing and putting yourself into it. That means you really feel for the story. So that is how it is. You wanted to say something. Someone there?
Yeah, I would think that my concern remains, it stays there. Because if I'm going to tell the story to my mother, I would have all the time in the world and I can go there as much detail as I want.
No, but wait a minute.
Yeah.
Sorry, wait a minute. I'm going to stop you there. The first part you said, you can tell her as much of details, but would she want to listen? Would she want to listen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I love the story. Yeah. And basically, yeah, about the thing that you said, introducing a TV show or something. That depends on screen time. You tell me how much time I have, and then I will, go by that.
No. Well, it might not just depend on the screen time, because if I give you 30 minutes and say, I've got 30 minutes, I'm going to talk 30 minutes, people will switch channel. So it doesn't actually depend on the screen time. People can just switch channel anytime. So if you speak for an hour, no. So it is all depending on the 3 minutes, how you get the attention. I'm going to give you my example. I just wrote the headline. So if I have spoken to him, and tonight it is my show on TV, and I've invited him, you know what I will say? So I go on the stage, the cameras are there, you know what I will say? I'll say, friends, today we're going to talk about cancer, and I'm going to invite an expert here from Pakistan to speak to us. But do you know, cancer actually discriminates between rich and the poor. And the poor in Pakistan do not have the access to facilities, to radiotherapy and chemotherapy. We see Pakistanis traveling 200 miles to go to a radiotherapy and they don't come back for the second treatment. And this is what the expert here is going to tell us about. So Dr. Javed, tell us blah, 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 blah. So immediately, you see, when you talk about poor and the rich, flu doesn't discriminate. Everyone gets flu, everyone, but I mean, cancer doesn't discriminate, but then it does discriminate in a way because the poor is affected more. So, yeah.
I like to add a little bit. She said it is poor is more affected. Poor is more affected in a way because he or she cannot support the finding and the financial cost which is there, because it is the treatment is so expensive. In the awareness, sometimes some people, I know that, I can give you an example, they know they have the problem rate, but they don't go for the testing because sometimes it destroys the families. It is so expensive. Okay.
But
Sure.
before we just think it's very important to have the center for this practice that both men and women should be screened at early at certain.
Oh, yeah, sure, sure.
Once they are screened, and this awareness should be increased.
Yeah,
It's
sure.
the vendor to screen whether there is cancer or not. If there is, then the next step is the screen.
No, even they have developed different methods that technologies are coming. There are genetic methods to find out, and they suggest that if your family, if someone in your family had cancer before, you should send your daughters or other people when they are 18 for the screening purpose. So there are methods to control. You are right, absolutely right. But you have to tell, awareness is very important. Huh?
Because, for example, people like if he is given for a different treatment, there will be screen for certain, I mean, certain conditions, for example, whether just is.
Yeah, because see, in developed countries, it is essential for a male to go for a PSA test after he is 40. So it tells us in very early stages that cancer is going to happen. And in enzymatic activities and gene things, they can tell in the woman of more than 18 to 25 that you are going to get this, or you can do the awareness of. See, the beauty with the breast cancer is you can remove it. You can get rid of cancer by removing it. Or that is only beautification thing. Otherwise, you get treated. So awareness can do a lot of things. Awareness can save your life. You are right.
Anyone wants to share your story here?
I don't have a story.
Okay.
I have a comment. You can have to bear with me. I and writing from the screen and writing from the bird. What I did from when Maha was saying that you said your grandmother, I think what she meant was that they simplify, that's the mantra for them to say, simplify, so that everybody can understand. So if Granny can understand it, then anybody can understand it. So there's various ways that we can turn this into a story. One is the data story. And we don't have to just relate all the information that is given us. We can go outside the bounds to our own research. Add in like when we say human face to it, we can add human face and then we have this. We will also go to experts in the little base, software base, in the different lecture, we're talking about this, and the resource and the expert there. You can, and then you can have various angles. You talk about the angle of religion to us. You can talk about the angle of gender. How many members are women? Then people, which age people are getting more cancer about. You can talk about dietary habits and you know how they're impacted. What is the role of in cancer? Then you can talk about culture of silence in the past. You don't talk about our own.
Yes.
We can talk about the religious practices where we will take our daughter. I mean, a lot of people in the lower middle class or money and after they get check and then for later for a number. Like this guy who's saying a prayer and saying, okay, this person is going to be okay. And the person has to work. And then we all witness some people in our society and in our community. There is a paper which I explanation that I saw in 2000 as well, which was talking about the biased nature of science when it comes to cancer. They were saying how demography is extremely favorable leader.
No, 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 it's not absolutely, it is not. It is the X-ray machine. It is an X-ray machine, it's not harmful.
Push them.
No, 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 no. It's a simple X-ray machine, which is designed and called as mammography and mammograph. It's simple X-ray. Okay, see, this is okay. I think this is the point where Maha has pointed out. The experts comes and they can tell, because see, when I talked about the nuclear energy, nuclear things, I have shown you some pictures that it is very different what concept we have, and now it is supported by environmentalists. You can see, and in 2014 they was against it, and there was people were shutting down their power plants and things. So it is misinformation. Therefore, I'm saying awareness is the most important thing, and you should have that awareness from an expert, and the journalist should give a real idea what it is mean. Don't add anything in that. Oh yeah, there are other things. There are many things, but it is not like that. So it is very different. Yeah, these are some examples. I think I will ask Zishan to take it over and to start with other presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for the nice comments. And I think we are getting the results of the workshop. We consider it to make it more interactive, so we can chit chat and we can have a better understanding about the science communication. Now, Paras, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
For the third activity, I request you to please brief the audience about what we are going to do, and then I'll play the video, please.
Okay, basically, the third activity is of the same type, but a little bit different, just because it's a group activity. And again, we will show you the participants a video. This video is, although in Minglish. Minglish means there is something in English, and then there is something in Urdu. It's a renowned neuroscientist. I guess most of you are already aware about him, Dr. Naveed I. Syed, who invented the first neuro communication two-way communication chip. So it's a clip of his interview, and our objective is to listen this video and make some groups out of yourself. Like if you can make some groups of 4 or 5 people, and we will invite each group, one person from each group, to explain the video. Again, the objective is how we conceive or understand the scientific knowledge and how better we communicate to others. In fact, as Zishan said earlier, and Dr. Maha and Dr. Javed, everyone explained that the objective of this workshop is just to give you some opportunity to exercise what we are talking about in these 3 days. So, Zishan, over to you. Kindly play the video.
Sure, please.
तो अगर आप दिमाग को सोचें तो ब्रेन is actually mind machine which contains billions of interconnected neurons. और ब्रेन सेल्स जो है ये एक दूसरे के साथ राब्ते में है, जैसे हमारा इस वक्त कंप्यूटर के जरिए से, इंटरनेट के जरिए से हम पूरी दुनिया में कनेक्ट हो सकते हैं। सो हमारा दिमाग जो है ये भी एक नेचुरल साइबोर्ग है जो हमें अलाउ करता है कि हम मशीनों के साथ कुदरती तौर पे अटैच हो जाएं। अभी इस वक्त देखिए मैं जो है वो अपने दिमाग के जरिए से, मैं अपने पावर पॉइंट से कनेक्टेड हूँ, वो कंप्यूटर से कनेक्टेड है, वो केबल से कनेक्टेड है, वो सैटेलाइट से कनेक्टेड है, उस सैटेलाइट से सिग्नल आपके पास आ रहा है और आप इस सिग्नल को रिसीव कर रहे हैं। तो हमारा ब्रेन जो है वो एक नेचुरल साइबोर्ग है, यानी एक नेचुरल मशीन है, एक नेचुरल रोबोट है, एक नेचुरल सुपर इंटेलिजेंट डिवाइस है जिसके साथ हम कुदरती तौर पे कनेक्ट हो सकते हैं। लेकिन देखिए ब्रेन में और कंप्यूटर में जो फर्क है वो ये है कि हमारा दिमाग भी एक किस्म की मशीन है और ये मशीन जो है ये हार्ड वायर्ड नहीं है। इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि अगर आपने एक प्लग लगा दिया कहीं पे तो वहां से वो कोई और उसमें प्लग नहीं लगा सकता, वो कॉम्प्लिकेशन हो जाती है या उसकी कैपेसिटी लिमिटेड है। लेकिन इंसान के दिमाग की जो सलाहियत है जिस पे हम ज्यादातर यानी फख्र इफ्तिखार करते हैं वो यही है कि ये यानी हमारा दिमाग मुसलसल चेंज होता रहता है जिसको हम प्लास्टिसिटी कहते हैं। और यही प्लास्टिसिटी यानी इसकी चेंज होने की सलाहियत, आप जब जाएंगे इस लेक्चर से, अगर आप जागते रहे और सो नहीं गए तो आपके ब्रेन में नए कनेक्शंस डेवलप होंगे। वो कनेक्शन जब डेवलप होंगे तो आपका ब्रेन हमेशा के लिए चेंज हो जाएगा। तो ये जो लर्निंग और मेमोरी की कैपेसिटी है इसका दारोमदार ब्रेन की प्लास्टिसिटी के ऊपर है और ये प्लास्टिसिटी आपको जो है वो नई नई नहज जिंदगी में तलाशने के लिए वो करती है। अगर ब्रेन का ये है कि अगर आप फॉर एग्जांपल जैसे आपके यहाँ पिछले लैंडस्लाइड आ गई थी पिछले हफ्ते जब हम प्रोग्राम करने वाले थे, तो पहले तो आपके ब्रिज टूट गया तो आपके लिए मुश्किल होगा कि मैं यहाँ से दूसरे जगह पे कैसे जाऊं, मैं किस और इलाकों में कैसे दाखिल हूं। तो आपका दिमाग जो है आप आहिस्ता आहिस्ता ऑल्टरनेटिव रास्ते ढूंढना शुरू करेंगे। जब आप ऑल्टरनेटिव रास्ते ढूंढेंगे तो आपको आहिस्ता में थोड़ा सा वक्त लगेगा, लेकिन जो है आप आहिस्ता आहिस्ता इसमें माहिर हो जाएंगे कि आप सबसे शॉर्टकट रास्ता इवेंचुअली ढूंढ लें। तो जो सेकेंडरी न्यूरल पाथवे है हमारे दिमाग में वो भी है कि अगर मेन रूट कभी ब्लॉक हो जाती है तो हमारा दिमाग शॉर्टर पाथ ढूंढता है और उसमें वो फिर फजीलत ले जाता है, उसमें वो यानी महारत हासिल कर लेता है। वो काम जो चीज हम याद नहीं कर पा रहे थे या याद नहीं रहती थी, हम उसके ऊपर जो है ना आहिस्ता आहिस्ता अपनी मेहनत से उसमें हम शॉर्टकट ढूंढते रहते हैं, फिर हम उन पाथवेज को अनमास्क कर लेते हैं कि जिसकी वजह से हमारे ब्रेन के कनेक्शन स्ट्रेंथ हो जाते हैं। ये जो अनमास्किंग है ये जनरली थॉट टू बी द मेन वेज द प्लास्टिक ब्रेन रीऑर्गेनाइजेज इटसेल्फ। तो आपका ब्रेन हम वक्त चेंज होता रहता है, हम वक्त बदलता रहता है। और मैं आपको इंशाल्लाह टुवर्ड्स द एंड ऑफ द टॉक दिखाऊंगा कि इसी कैपेबिलिटी, इसी क्वालिटी की वजह से जो है हमने ब्रेन में इतनी नई जहद हमारे अंदर सलाहियतें पैदा होती हैं कि इंसान जो है वो तदरीजी मराहिल को तय करते हुए जो है वो आगे बढ़ता चला जा रहा है। तो ये रिमेंबर वन थिंग दैट योर ब्रेन इज नॉट हार्ड वायर्ड, इट चेंजेस ऑल द टाइम एंड इट चेंजेस कॉन्स्टेंटली। और यही चेंज जो है हमें अडेप्ट करने का मौका फराहम करती है कि हम हर चीज को अडॉप्ट कर लेते हैं। जैसे कोविड-19 आया, दुनिया ने अडॉप्ट कर लिया, लेक्चर्स लाइव नहीं होते, अब जो है ऑनलाइन कम्युनिकेशन शुरू हो जाती है। तो ये भी आपके जहन की इख्तिरा है। दिस इज एन इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग टू रियली रिमेंबर। तो अगर क्वेश्चन जैसे ही टॉपिक है हमारा आज का कि ये आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस है क्या और ये मशीन लर्निंग इसको हम क्या कहते हैं। देखिए अगर इफ यू आर नॉट ऑन बोर्ड विद दीज टू एरियाज, आप ये समझ लीजिए कि आपने आखिरी ट्रेन मिस कर दी, आपने कश्ती ही को मिस कर दिया। क्योंकि देखिए इस तरफ अब दुनिया इस तरफ जा रही है जैसे अभी नासिर ने आपके साथ कहा था। So how do you define learning, memory or intelligence? Can machines learn? That's a very important question. क्या मशीनें इंसान की तरह से सीख सकती हैं? आर ह्यूमंस लर्निंग मशीन? क्या इंसान भी एक लर्निंग मशीन ही की तरह से है? अगर हम इसको तसव्वुर कर लें कि ये एक मशीन है, हमारी जिंदगी आजकल वो मशीनों की जिंदगी बन गई है। और फिर अगर क्या ये हो सकता है कि मशीन जो है ये आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एक्वायर कर ले, इसके पास भी वही जहानत आ जाए जो कि हमारे पास है, हमारे यहाँ प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग की कैपेबिलिटीज हैं। तो अगर ये दोनों की दोनों चीजें आप में आ जाएं तो आप उसको किस तरह से बरूए कार ला सकते हैं। तो देखिए, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस जिसको हम AI कहते हैं, ये एक थियोरी एंड द डेवलपमेंट ऑफ कंप्यूटर सिस्टम्स, वो ऐसे कंप्यूटर सिस्टम्स हैं या ऐसे आपके एल्गोरिदम्स हैं या ऐसे सॉफ्टवेयर हैं या ऐसे कंप्यूटर प्रोग्राम्स हैं जो कि आपको एनेबल करते हैं, अलाउ करते हैं टू परफॉर्म टास्क्स दैट नॉर्मली रिक्वायर ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस, कि जिसमें इंसानी जहानत की जरूरत होती है। वो अगर आप जो सिस्टम्स डेवलप कर लें कंप्यूटर में, जैसे कि देखिए विजुअल परसेप्शन है, स्पीच है, फेस रिकग्निशन है, डिसीजन मेकिंग है एंड ट्रांसलेशन बिटवीन लैंग्वेजेस। अब आप देखिए आपके पास जो इस वक्त आईफोन है, इसमें आपकी फेशियल रिकग्निशन है, वो आपके चेहरे को देख के रिकग्नाइज कर लेता है, आपकी आवाज को रिकग्नाइज कर सकता है, आपके यानी बहुत सी ऐसी चीजें हैं। देखिए गूगल को इस वक्त आपके बारे में आपसे ज्यादा पता है। तो ये चीजें ऐसी हैं कि ये ऑलरेडी इंटेलिजेंस जो है ये ऑलरेडी आ चुकी है। लैंग्वेज को ट्रांसलेट कर लेना एक लैंग्वेज को दूसरी लैंग्वेज में, ये भी एक ह्यूमन कैपेसिटी थी जो आपके कंप्यूटर्स में आ गई। तो आर्टिफिशियल सुपर इंटेलिजेंस जो है, व्हेन वन मशीन could have the capacity of entire human race, तो एक वक्त ऐसा आ जाएगा कि एक मशीन जो है उसमें इतनी सलाहियत होगी कि पूरे 7 मिलियन लोगों की जो जहानत है और उनके जो प्रॉब्लम्स हैं उसको वो सॉल्व कर सके। ऐसी कोई भी मशीन जो है उसको हम आर्टिफिशियल सुपर इंटेलिजेंस डिवाइस या AI के नाम से हम उसको गर्दानेंगे। क्या ऐसा हो सकता है? और अगर ऐसा हो गया तो क्या गूगल ऑलमाइटी बन सकता है, ऑल नोइंग बन सकता है? अगर ऐसा हो सकता है तो फिर खुदा के तसव्वुर का क्या होगा? तो ये एक ऐसी चीजें हैं कि जो इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चंस हैं, वी विल प्रोब। आई विल एक्चुअली आस्क सम क्वेश्चंस एज वेल। तो आपसे कुछ मैं सवालात भी करूंगा और मेरे ख्याल में नासिर मॉनिटर करेंगे ऑडियंस में से। अगर किसी ने जवाब दिया तो आपके लिए हमारी जो फर्स्ट चिप हमने जो डिजाइन की थी, आई विल सेंड दैट एज अ गिफ्ट टू यू। So how does that sound? So there will be some questions. You can hopefully, if people are watching it on Zoom, you could enter your questions. But जो भी आपके यहाँ इस वक्त इस session को moderate कर रहे हैं, if you could tell me, who answered those questions, and they will be made through, and they will be very interesting questions. We'll answer those questions. You will get that chip जो किसी ज़माने में हमारे यहाँ कनाडा के म्यूजियम में जो है वो नेचुरल साइंस और आर्ट के म्यूजियम में वो हमारे यहाँ चिप मौजूद है। और उस चिप का नाम हमने जो है असल में रखा भी क्या था, इमाम ज़ामन। So इमाम से निस्बत थी, ज़ामन means guarantor. So that chip will eventually be actually given to the one who answered those questions. So machine learning क्या चीज़ है? Machine learning जो है, it is an application of artificial intelligence that enables the systems to automatically learn. तो वो जो है वो फितरी तौर पे मशीन जो है वो मुख्तलिफ चीज़ों को बगैर इंसान के कंप्यूटर सॉफ्टवेयर को पुट इन करने के लिए एल्गोरिथम फीड करने की बजाय, या उसमें जो है वो आप अपनी जो प्रोग्रामिंग है उसको ना भी उसमें एंटर करें, तो उसमें जो कुदरती तौर पे खुद से मशीन में सीखने की सलाहियत होती है, that really is in what we call a super AI. तो इसकी एग्जाम्पल देखिए, AlphaGo 0, ये एक ऐसा सॉफ्टवेयर प्रोग्राम है कि ये गेम जो है AlphaGo एक प्रोग्राम ऐसा है कि जो कि इंसान को बहुत ही जहानत के लेवल पे 4-5 लोग ही ऐसे हैं जो वर्ल्ड में चैंपियन हैं इस गेम के। तो ये जो AlphaGo 0 कंप्यूटर था, इसने बगैर किसी से सीखे हुए वो प्रोग्राम, वो गेम सीखा, और वो गेम सीखने के बाद उसने तमाम इंसानों को दुनिया के चैलेंज किया and then it actually beat every single one of them. So this was the first example यहाँ पे एक कंप्यूटर या आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस डिवाइस ने खुद ब खुद सीखने के बाद जो सबसे से यानी सुपीरियर अजहान थे उनको उन्होंने इसमें डिफीट कर दिया.
Yes, sir. I would like to clear one thing. This was a recorded video, so the getting a free chip from the speaker is null and void.
Thank you,
So,
Zishan.
thank you.
Would you like to give some comments of what we have done?
Participants are requested to make a group of 4 or 5 colleagues discuss this with each other, and then one of representative from each group will be, if they volunteer, they will be invited.
Actually, what we want that there will be few people representing from each group. If you form a group to come and say what they have learned about from this exercise and how they feel, or some suggestion or anything. So you can make your groups, you can combine together, or one people you can tell who wants to speak out that. So we like 4 or 5 people who can come and discuss the things. Someone from this side? You? Okay, 1, 2, okay, let me answer you. Excuse me? Okay, Zishan, please tell.
Actually, the purpose of this showing this video is to get idea the newsworthy items, to get some innovative news item from this lecture. You have to discuss with each other, and the points you can, yes, after deliberations, you can, one of your person can discuss it. Okay, what innovative things he discussed during his talk.
We like you, we like one of you to come and speak about it. Maybe 4 people can do it for 2-3 minutes, I think. This will give us the input that how you feel, how you think about the things, what we have done, we have shown to you, and how you take it, and how you take it in the future, and how you are going to talk about it. One from here, and then you, 2, and somebody else, 3, okay. Okay, so what you do, you have 4 or 5 people sitting there, you can discuss the thing, then you can come to the podium.
So everyone's thought is represented, because only if you only speak, it's only your thought. So just speak to your friends around you and then collate, and what are your thoughts on the workshop? So who's the person here? Just collate some input, feedback, and then tell us. Yes, okay. And maybe 2 from
2 from this side, 1 is here. You can talk to make your group and talk, and then other people. From the Ministry of Science and Technology,
Excuse, Doctor.
Paras is online. Paras wants to say something.
Paris, you like to give some comments?
Sir, I think can we also include the online participants? Sir, can we include the online participants to give their feedback
sure.
text?
Okay.
So I think what we could do with the online participants, can you chat among yourself, and then one of you give us the feedback?
Okay, that's great.
Zishan, can you check how many people are online, and are they asking any questions and anything?
Right now, there are 27 participants are online.
Okay, 27.
अगर किसी को unmute करना हो, किसी participant
हो जाते हैं ना, ये हो जाता है।
ठीक है।
You can come down.
Okay. If any of online participant want to speak or want to ask any question, he can raise, he or she can raise her hand.
Dr. Samia Taslim is asking something.
जी मैं एक मिनट इनको अनम्यूट करना है.
Hello. You can hear me?
Yes, Dr. Samia, you are audible.
Thank you for organizing committee. Give me a chance to talk. You arranged a very wonderful exercise and wonderful conference for science communication. One is the major weak area in our magazines and newspapers and both of language, English and Urdu. The reporters and writers are not a scientist.
Dr. Samia,
Majority
can
are
you speak a little bit louder, please?
yeah, the major issue in Pakistan and our other areas, the scientists are not a proper writer because lot of terminology changed due to the translation and miscommunication. There's a lot of reporters and news agencies person must have training before the writing of any articles. And secondly, kindly if any reporter
Dr.
and
Samia,
journalist,
Dr.
yeah,
Samia, please, actually, can you hold your comments for a few minutes? Actually, lot of discussion is going on in the auditorium. Exercise is
Yeah.
going on, so you are not audible properly. So please wait for the 5 minutes and then we will take you.
तफसीर साहब उन्होंने शायद करवाई चैट जीपीटी से कराची के बारे में और कराची में जराइम के बारे में सर एक हाँ हाँ वो ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है निशांत मैं 10 मिनट में आ रहा हूँ हाँ ये Oh yes, yes. I was planning
That you must have which areas of science. So we can focus on certain areas, maybe we focus on priority areas. Sure. Because I think on this board, it shows it's called Malaysian Technologies Board of So this is under Ministry, our the Malaysian Board of Technologies. This is under our ministry. So this is under our Ministry of Science and Technology. So if you can, for example, they have got their own association and they're registered chemists. And then here we look at engineering have their own board of engineers, I think in Pakistan. And some engineers, once they're accredited, they get signed documents and things like that. But when we talk about
May I get your attention, please? I think time is up. May I get your attention, please? I think time is up. The floor will be open for the discussion. First, I would like to have a volunteer from my right side. Please, Doctor, please.
I will not take more than that. This is Muhammad Akram, and my group comprises of my colleagues from two colleagues from Egypt, and they are doing MPhil in Urdu, luckily. and one colleague from Palestine. So I would like to comment on the displayed video, and that was regarding it started with the functioning and the introduction of the brain. The professor in the video said that brain is the combination of billions of neurons, and it can be called as a super intelligent machine like cyborg. Whether machine is similar to, he raised question, whether machine is similar to human being or different. Machines are, he said, machines are different than human being because machines are hardwired. Like cyborg is a hardwired, but human beings, the brain of human being is not hardwired. It changes, it adapts according to the situation, it makes decisions according to the context, environment, and situation, given situation. So he said that, for example, if you are passing through a road and there is a landsliding, then your brain will function abruptly and he will find the alternate routes. And then out of the alternate routes, he will make decision and find the best route to your destination. So this is how our brain changes according to the situation and makes adaptable decisions. So next, he said, our ability of the brain to change continuously and consistently is called unmasking. So this is the ability of our brain that is called unmasking, which results in evolution of knowledge, evolution of culture, evolution of science and knowledge and technology.
Thank you, sir. Okay, you have more comments?
Yes, yes. He introduced another concept, that is what is artificial intelligence and machine learning. Artificial intelligence is the capability of computers to mimic the human intelligence, to copy the human intelligence as if it is human being. When computers function like that, it is called artificial intelligence. He further said that what is machine learning? Machine learning is the branch of artificial intelligence.
Please try to listen. Please try to listen if
Please,
kindly.
please.
Machine learning is a branch of artificial intelligence, and machine learning is based upon not programming. It is based upon pattern-based learning, like human brain learns and memorize things. For example, if thousands of emails and thousands of pages are being viewed over the internet from within Pakistan, then let us imagine that you are artificial intelligent machine and sitting at the gateway of Pakistan. Your brain, like the artificial intelligent machine, will not read every line to filter all those contents which are against the state, which are against the religion. Your brain, that machine will stop the content on the basis of patterns. This is the application of machine learning. Thank you very much. Any question?
Okay, now I invite the second representative from this group.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Javed Siddiqui. I'm a postdoctorate student at Government College, University of Lahore. So my take-home message from video, I'm sorry that because my ability in understanding Urdu language is very limited, despite the fact my colleague, she has really good ideas. She caught all different aspects of this, and I think that most of the stuff what I was trying to explain here already covered. Overall, my understanding is that in the video he attempted and tried to introduce artificial intelligence and how it works. I think that his audience could be non-technical people, and in that way he tried to compare the artificial intelligence machine with a human brain, and also he went on some technical stuff. He touched based on neuron and these things. Still, that is for public non-technical people will be difficult to understand, but he still tried to compare these two in order to convey the message in a more effective way. So for that, at the end, no matter the artificial intelligence, how capable it is, still no computer can have the ability of innovation of a human brain.
Okay, thank you. Now I like to have the comments from this side. Okay, and this is really good to see a young person coming up to give his comments. He's a student of Roots and he likes to give some comments. Okay, fine.
Assalamu alaikum. Am I audible? Thank you. So my name is Said Mohammad Adan Kamran and I am currently studying A levels at Roots, and along with this I am also working in the field of cybersecurity since 6 years. And right now I'm here to present on the topic brain and AI. So basically brain is a very intelligent creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and it is always superior to AI. Because if we had no brain, there will be no AI. So brain will always be superior to AI, but it's upon us how we use it and how we utilize its capabilities. But now coming to AI as it grows and cons both. AI can make our work easier, we can do things faster, and there are a lot of other benefits as well. But when coming to its disadvantages, there are a lot of disadvantages of AI. Most importantly, there are security threats, cybersecurity threats specifically. Because as you know, with the advent of ChatGPT, a lot of hackers I know were creating malicious codes using ChatGPT, and they were injecting those codes in your computers, which was causing real harm to the human beings. And all of this was happening because of artificial intelligence. So I believe artificial intelligence has both sides of the coin. It has its pros and it has its cons. So it's especially on us how we utilize it. How still I would say the same, that the brain remains superior to the artificial intelligence, and we should work on artificial intelligence, but also keep the security threats in mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, I like to thank all the speakers, all the participants for taking a very active part, and what we imagined and what we thought about this conference. I think we are able to achieve that. For that, I congratulate the participants, because it was our thinking, but it is their participation which made it very successful.
I think it deserves a huge round of applause
yeah.
for the participants themselves. Please.
Okay, so we will be concluding this workshop and also the conference at 4. And I like all of you to be here for the concluding session. We will start at 4. I think when they leave, they can have their certificates which are ready and the front desk, and you can collect them from there. Ikram Abbasi is there and he will tell you how to collect them. Now with this, I conclude this session, and we will wait for 5 minutes for starting the concluding session. Thank you so much for your question.
Thank you. विशाल बाबू ये जो है देखो इसमें yes, we also requested recommendations from the participants. If you have, please write them down briefly or in a whatever way you like, and please provide them to us.
Okay, if you have written them, please give it to us.
और ये जो है ये स्टोरी वन, ठीक है ना? तो इनको मैं चाहूंगा कि इतना आप संभाल लीजिए, इकराम को दे दीजिए बिल्कुल, ठीक है? थैंक यू। मैं कहता इसको भी ना अलग फोल्डर में। ओह, थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू वेरी मच। अरे बात सुनो, एक फोल्डर ये वाला खाली कर।
उसी में रख लेते हैं एक साइड
और क्या
नंबर वाले दो दिन ये मैं ग्राम से इधर पेज इधर ठीक है जी Mark, would you like to have these? Sorry. We have two things on that.
और वो
ग्लास उठवा दें और बॉटल जी जी मतलब यहाँ पे रिकमेंडेशन आपके यहाँ पर जी जी उसी के अंदर वो जो व्हाट्सएप पे हम वो हैं नहीं वो वहाँ मेरे पास है ये मेरे पास है मुझे भेज दिए जब मैं क्लोजिंग का करूँगा ना तो मैं मैसेज रिकमेंडेशन आप क्लोजिंग सेशन में मैं आपको वो करूँगा पहले 2 मिनट इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे सब डॉक्टर साहब के बाद में कहूँगा कि आप क्लोज कर दें नहीं डॉक्टर साहब क्लोज करेंगे ऐसे पहले इसी में बस से शुरू करेंगे डॉक्टर हमें आपको ये लिंक तुम्हारी जी जी ये मेरी ये रिकमेंडेशन मिल गई यार ठीक है डॉक्टर मैं 5 मिनट में आ रहा हूँ बस आप 5 मिनट है ना बस 4 बजे स्टार्ट करेंगे वो लेते हैं नहीं तो यहाँ अभी तो अभी रिकमेंडेशन आ रहे हैं नहीं आने वो पढ़ने यहाँ बैठेंगे 3 लोग हैं हाँ 3 है ठीक
रखते हैं अगर कुछ पर्सन एफर्ट्स भी होने चाहिए हर चीज में पाकिस्तान में efforts आप पूछेंगे जब से मैंने पूरा अलग सेंटर बनाया जब मैं पहले गया उन्होंने कहा ये मैं आप पूरा औकाफ के अंदर में आती है I have to go to औकाफ and fight the case वहाँ लोग ऐसे बैठे हुए थे जिन्होंने कहा कि हम तो यहाँ दुकानें बनाएंगे कम करना चाहते हैं तो उन्होंने कहा मैंने कहा आपका दुकानें का क्या सीधी उसके पैसे आते हैं किराए के वो हम खर्च करना चाहते हैं बेहतरी के मैंने कहा ये पेशेंट को ट्रीटमेंट बेहतरी नहीं है तो एक्चुअली एक सेक्रेटरी मेरे प्रोग्राम में था तो सारे लोग बोलते रहे लेकिन तो आपको फाइट करना पड़ता है चीज के लिए ऐसे नहीं होता हाँ
Because this is very much hours and then he goes to these recommendations will constantly okay everything for the last one. Because the last one I need to understand. Yeah. So it is they are doing they are asked to make the about the research document, but whatever they are doing is to derive beneficial for the people. Sorry. हम इस तरह करेंगे मेरा overview हुआ है वो पढ़ देंगे और फिर आप लोग श्योर ठीक है interesting thing is those people are so interested okay start
To start the concluding session, I would request Qari Kausar Mahmood to come for the recitation from the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وجاءت سيارة فأرسلوا واردهم فأدلى دلوه قال يا بشرى هذا غلام وأسروه بضاعة والله عليم بما يعملون وشروه بثمن بخس دراهم معدودة وكانوا فيه من الزاهدين آمنت بالله صدق الله العظيم.
Thank you very much. For the overview of the workshop and the conference, I would like to request Professor Dr. Sayyid Javed Khurshid sir to please come forward.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry, Coordinator Journal of Comstech. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. Conference and the workshop on science communication and the community engagement was held from 1st February to 3rd February 2023. It was inaugurated by the acting Chief Justice of the Sharia Court, Dr. Syed Muhammad Anwar. He also delivered a lecture on the issues of the West Indian Ocean. The conference had 6 technical sessions. There was 19 speakers from 7 different countries belonging to USA, UK, UAE, Italy, France, Egypt, and Pakistan. They all discussed different aspects of the science communication and community engagement with reference to academia, health, climate change, and ethics, with the ultimate goal of bringing scientists and journalists closer. About 400 students, university professors, scientists, public relations department of different universities, journalists, and media people participated in the conference and workshop. And it was very amazing, and the question answer sessions was very good. A lot of questions was asked and answered, and to make the people satisfied about the thinking. In the second part of the workshop, the third day of the conference was devoted to the practical workshop. In the first exercise, they learned how to write tweets and Instagram posts. The participants were shown 3 video clips and asked to summarize them in the form of tweets and Instagrams. In the second part of workshop, they were engaged in the storytelling about any event, summarizing the important details. In the third part, 2 scientific videos were shown in the workshop. The participants were asked to gather the information and to write a report about this. Overall, the conference has gone successful. I am thankful to Mr. Ikram Abbasi for coordinating all the matters. In the future, we will be able to form a strong group of science communicators. I'd like to congratulate Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry that under his guidance, we are able to conduct such a successful conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Javed Khurshid. Now I would like to request Mahalakshmi Arujana to come please for reading their recommendation.
Thank you so much. Firstly, thank you to Dr. Professor Iqbal Chaudhry and Dr. Syed Javed for this very successful workshop. But what we want is we were all very happy. We did a lot of work, but we don't want to go home and then forget and get back to our usual business. So we have listed 5 things that we could do, and we will propose this to Comstech for further action. So one is we could do a 6-week short course on science communication for OIC member states. And this can be organized by Comstech in a hybrid mode. So partly it can be some people coming here, or it can be conducted anywhere else, which is strategic. And then partly part of the workshop can be virtual. Now, why is this important? Because we saw during the workshop and conference that There are hardly any universities in this OIC member states that offer science communication academic courses or even courses. So that's number one. Number two is a toolkit for scientists to communicate, how scientists can communicate, and the other one, how media can communicate. And we are aware, Prof. Iqbal, that there are many toolkits on the internet, but I think what we need is something that's unique for OIC member states. Now, what is unique about OIC is that we are resource poor in many areas. We don't have enough experts in science communication. We don't have enough science journalists. We don't have enough training. And we are also very culturally and religion sensitive societies in all of us, all OIC member states. So in that situation, how do we communicate science? Because science can have a conflict with religion and culture. So how do we tackle this sensitivity? So maybe a toolkit, just to address the unique situation we have in OIC member states. Now, the other one is list prominent science communicators from OIC member states. Now, this does not mean it's me, because my experience here in this conference is, Dr. Iqbal, there are so many experts in the room. Where's Alim Saab? And we have got Dr. Sabi, Dr. Nakwi yesterday from IST, and Dr. Amira, and there are so many experts in the room. So can we list those who can be of help to other OIC member states? So anyone who needs support, they can call me, they can call Dr. Amira, they can call Alim Saab, or any journalist who is willing to help. And this also will inspire others to engage in science communication activities. That's number three. Number four is the Science Endowment Fund for science-based media, not just documentaries, but any media. Even if someone wants to start a science-based science newspaper or science of course it has to be evaluated, but science-based media. Finally, universities to start producing 3 to 5 minutes video of the research that you do. Now, we know there's sensitivity here because if you're doing a research, you want it to be published. It cannot be in the public domain before it gets into publication, right? But what has been already published can be documented into a 5 to 3 minutes video, and that can be placed somewhere so that it enhances cooperation, collaboration, investment, and things like that. So these are the 5 recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Maha, for such a practical recommendations. Now, before inviting the chief guest of this session, Professor Dr. M. Iqbal Chaudhry, for the closing remarks, I would request him to please honor the speakers with the certificate of participation who are present here right now. First of all, yes. Ma'am Mahalakshmi, please. Mr. Alim Ahmed. Mr. Faisal Raza Khan. Syed Almas Haider Naqvi, please. Mr. Zishan A. Siddiqui. Last but not the least, Professor Dr. Syed Javed Khurshid. Thank you, sir. No, sir. बस अब वो physically present यही लोग हैं. Yes. The certificate for the online speakers will be sent them online no later than Tuesday. All the present, physically present participants, all the certificates are ready on the desk outside. You may collect that one. And all the presentation Google Drive link will be shared with all the participants online, physical, and the speakers. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Ikram gave me a long list of Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I think Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. My dear brother, Dr. Sayyid Javed Khurshid, Ikram, very distinguished science communicators and very keen learners. You know, I got a lot of very good feedback from all of you about the event, the quality of the event. So I'm so absolutely impressed that you were all so eager to learn, but at the same time, we had very good quality speakers who contributed. So let me, first of all, present gratitude and felicitation to partner organizations, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Pakistan, Daily Technology Times, Regional Report Think Tank, Pakistan Biotechnology Information Center, someone has just left, and speakers, Dr. Hassan Masood, as you know, is a very prominent speaker, is one of those leading people who know how communication is done. He is from the Nature Group and is also the editorial board of Science in Middle East and Islamic world. Dr. Maha, you've seen the excellence of this young girl. Maha, I know her since last 32 years. Well, Maha is ever blossoming and she's just extremely talented and very, very motivated. Michael, we also got the opportunity of meeting with Michael. You know, he's just a wonderful person, a global citizen with a golden heart. He think of the world and the world beyond us, you know, so his vision is beyond the life we have and beyond what we see today. So we are so fortunate to meet a person of his stature. John Dudley gave a very good presentation. Rock Smith, Kamran Akhtar of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Fabio Turon, Saad Lutfi, Muhammad Yahya, Sabi Anwar of LAMS, Najam Naqvi, Raina Saeed, Ali Ahmad, our own from Global Science. He's one of those people who struggle to popularize science in this country throughout his life, you know. He really worked very, very hard and we wish him all the best, sir. Aleem, you are such an example of excellence, perseverance and commitment. So such a contribution. Sayyid Paris Ali Sahab, my own dear brother, Mr. Murtaza Noor, Almas Haider Naqvi, extremely motivated person. Faisal is here with us. Faisal has been a great source. When I went to Iran, he was in this team of media personnel. In fact, he was heading them who went all the way to Tehran to cover Mustafa Prize ceremony. Thank you very much, Faisal, traveling all the way and then spending lots of days and times with us. Mr. Zishan Siddiqui, and of course, all of you, because you are the one who made it really happen. Just few sentences that communication is the most important attribute. I think this is what really makes us different from other species of life forms. The history of failures and success is primarily the failure and success of communication. So whatever happened in the history of the world largely was because of successful communication or failed communication. Maha presented excellent proposal, except the endowment that involved money. All are very practical and certainly will do that. Endowment certainly is important and practical, but we need to seek the approval of our executive board for every penny spent on anything has to be approved. I would also suggest that we should publish the proceeding of this very important event and distribute it globally, not only in the IC world, but also in other regions of the world, because science communication is important for everyone. I would also like to say that science is at the lowest ladder of its development in the Muslim world. You may know that we spend the least in the world, so global gross expenditure on research and development of science in the Muslim world is among the lowest. We are underdeveloped, we have huge problems of youth unemployability, food insecurity, climate change impact, and number of other problems also, but our political will is not there. Day before yesterday, we talked about political will. The fact is that if anyone has to be communicated and effectively communicated and convinced, they are the leaders. So I think science communication is even more important in the Muslim world than other part of the world, because we certainly need science, and without science, we cannot even think of development. Let me just also like to thank the media team headed by my dear colleague, Shabir. Where are you, Shabir? You probably do not know that on the first day, we had like 29 different channels, journalists from different, you probably would start with tremendous coverage. I don't know how many of you have been interviewed. I was the only one who didn't really interview. I wasn't really interviewed. No one came to me, but all of you were stars. Really, isn't it? So, yeah, absolutely. I know that, these fascinating interviews in different languages, French, Arabic, English, and others. We've been receiving feedback from all over the world. So your relatives, your friends, your countrymen, your ambassadors, everyone is praising you for your presence here. And certainly all of you, my comstech team, for all of your hard work. Thank you very much. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you, and the good deeds, there's something which is coming out of this very important event would perhaps help us, help the world, help humanity, help Muslim Ummah, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Now I would request Ma'am Amira Javeria Sahiba for her experience and the experience of the participation in this conference.
Speakers, one of the speakers, you have request.
I've been asked to be as brief as possible, so I will do that. Just a one-liner. I want to thank Comstech for inviting me and my students, international students from the University of Lahore. It has been my first visit to Comstech, and it has been an eye-opener for me. The great service that Comstech is doing in terms of, bringing all the Muslim nations together and holding on to the advancement and, communicating those advancements in technology and science with the rest of the Muslim nations in the world. So that for me is commendable. And to be part of that was a humbling experience, to be able to sit with all of these wonderful experts and sit amongst even the audience and learning so much. I don't think there aren't very many people that I haven't disagreed with over the course of these last 3 days, Mazrat. And in the meantime, learning so much, because we are allowed to have difference of opinion as far as we can respect and recognize the other person's achievement and the truths. And there's so many ways of telling the truth. So science, what my take home from this is that there is so much service that science does to the society, and it needs to be talked about. And as an academic, as a film slash filmmaker, supervisor, journalist, I think that what I take home with me is a commitment that this is a topic that needs to be talked about. We need to flaunt the science that we are making and which is happening in the rest of the world, and try and be part of more initiatives where science can help humanity, and we can celebrate it together. I think that's it. And thank you very much, Iqbal Saab and Javed Saab and Maha, for your kindness.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Amira Javeria, for sharing your experience. And I would like to request Wajid Ali from NCP. Please come and share your experience.
Thank you very much. A huge round of applause for the organizers for organizing such a fantastic 3-day conference, bringing journalists and scientists working together on one platform. It was well organized. The subject contents of all the presentations and the talks was really of really great value and high content. It was excellent and commendable effort. I have to admit that I don't have any experience in journalism, but most of the concepts that have been shared here, they make much more sense. As a remark, as a side note to my fellow journalists, there we have heard a couple of times that there has been a much jargon spoken by the technical people. I have to disagree with this, because if you come to the right person, if a person cannot explain a technical concept in a layman terms to a layman, that means the concept itself is not clear to him or her, that person. So be aware of it. And because he or she must be hiding behind the etymology of words that he is using. So be aware of it. But on the side note, I must have to say that if a journalist who had studied once the mathematics at the age of 9 or 10 or at the 10th grade, and he is asking the world's most finest and the high quality questions related to quantum mechanics, special theory or general theory of relativity and whatnot, please, we have to be prepared that there will be some questions, there will be some homework, which will be needed to be done by you guys. Apart from that, of course, you're all well prepared and well prepared for that. So, jahan taza ki afkar taza se hai numud, ke sango khish se hote nahi jahan paida. We need to develop such a gathering of clusters, people sharing their ideas, brainstorming for a healthy and how should I put it in the most जिसको कहते हैं ना एक दूसरे के ख्याल रखने वाला मुआशरा तभी बन सकता है. So thank you very much. It was indeed an honor to be here. I hope you bared me, and have a great day. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wajid Ali, for sharing your experience and giving highly valued recommendations. And I would like to request Dr. Abdul Shakur from UIT Peshawar to please come and share your experience. Dr. Abdul Shakur. Dr. Abdul Shakur.
Anywhere from the foreign guests.
Any other person who want to share? Yes. Anyone else who want to share? Any foreign person or local or anyone? Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone who wants to share? Yeah. Yes, please.
From Pakistan.
Yes, 2 people are coming. Yeah. Please, very briefly. Very briefly. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Indeed, it's a matter of honor for me to share some one-liner statement about this event. The one-liner statement about this event, this is the initiation to bring the science in a community. And we have a very good institutions in Pakistan. I'm pretty sure about that things. If we have a committee to bring the real outcomes of the science in the community, we are in a position to bring the real revolution in industry and in educational sector. And I'm very hopeful, pretty sure about that. Ministry of Science and Technology and the institutions working under the umbrella of the Ministry of Science and Technology, especially the Pakistan Science Foundation, we have a very good teams to execute this task. I'm very hopeful, inshallah, we will be able to bring the positive change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sir, for your kind comments. With this, we conclude comstech International Conference and Workshop on Science Communication and Community Engagement. Thank you all who participated here in physical presence, and thank you all online participants. And we conclude this, and after this, you all are requested to please have our refreshments. Thank you. Yeah,